Chapter 0 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Brown. The Orange Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. Preface. The children who read fairy books, or have fairy books read to them, do not read prefaces, and the parents, aunts, uncles, and cousins who give fairy books to their daughters, nieces, and cousins leave prefaces unread. For whom, then, are prefaces written? When an author publishes a book out of his own head, he writes the preface for his own pleasure. After reading over his book in print, to make sure that all the U's are not printed as N's, and all the N's as U's in the proper names, then the author says, mildly in his preface, what he thinks about his own book, and what he means it to prove, if he means it to prove anything, and why it is not a better book than it is. But perhaps nobody reads prefaces except other authors, and critics, who hope that they will find enough in the preface to enable them to do without reading any of the book. This appears to be the philosophy of prefaces in general, and perhaps authors might be more daring and candid than they are with advantage, and write regular criticisms of their own books in their prefaces, for nobody can be so good a critic of himself as the author, if he has a sense of humor. If he has not, the less he says in his preface the better. These fairy books, however, are not written by the editor, as he has often explained, out of his own head. The stories are taken from those told by grannies to grandchildren in many countries and in many languages: French, Italian, Spanish, Catalan, Gaelic, Icelandic, Cherokee, African, Indian, Australian, Slavonic, Eskimo, and whatnot. The stories are not literal, or word-by-word translations, but have been altered in many ways to make them suitable for children. Much has been left out in places, and the narrative has been broken up into conversations, the characters telling each other how matters stand and speaking for themselves, as children and some older people prefer them to do. In many tales, fairly cruel and savage deeds are done, and these have been softened down as much as possible, though it is impossible, even if it were desirable, to conceal the circumstance that popular stories were never intended to be tracts and nothing else. Though they usually take the side of courage and kindness, and the virtues in general, the old storytellers admire successful cunning as much as Homer does in the Odyssey. At least, if the cunning hero, human or animal, is the weaker, like Odysseus, Brer Rabbit, and many others, the storyteller sees little in intellect but superior cunning, by which tiny Jack gets the better of the giants. In the fairy tales of no country are improper incidents common, which is to the credit of human nature, as they were obviously composed mainly for children. It is not difficult to get rid of this element when it does occur in popular tales. The old puzzle remains a puzzle. Why do the stories of the remotest people so closely resemble each other? Of course, in the immeasurable past, they have been carried about by conquering races, and learned by conquering races from vanquished peoples. Slaves carried far from home brought their stories with them into captivity. Wanderers, travelers, shipwrecked men, merchants, and wives, stolen from alien tribes, have diffused the stories. Gypsies and Jews have passed them about. Roman soldiers of many different races, moving here and there about the empire, have trafficked in them. From the remotest days men have been wanderers, and wherever they went their stories accompanied them. The slave trade might take a Greek to Persia, a Persian to Greece, an Egyptian woman to Phoenicia, a Babylonian to Egypt. A Scandinavian child might be carried with the amber from the Baltic to the Adriatic, or a Sidonian to Ophir, wherever Ophir may have been, while the Portuguese may have borne their tales to South Africa, or to Asia, and thence brought back other tales to Egypt. The stories wandered wherever the Buddhist missionaries went, and the earliest French voyageurs told them to the Red Indians. These facts help to account for the sameness of the stories everywhere, and the uniformity of human fancy in early societies must be the cause of many other resemblances. In this volume there are stories from the natives of Rhodesia, collected by Mr. Fairbridge, who speaks the native language, and one is brought by Mr. Cripps from another part of Africa, Uganda. 3 tales from the Punjab were collected and translated by Major Campbell. Various savage tales, which needed a good deal of editing, are derived from the learned pages of the Journal of the Anthropological Institute. With these exceptions, and The Magic Book, translated by Mrs. Peterson from Eventyr fra Jylland by Ewald Tang Christensen, Stories from Jutland, all the tales have been done from various sources by Mrs. Lang, who has modified, where it seemed desirable, all the narratives. End of preface. Recording by Paul Brown, Lempala, Finland.
Chapter 1 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The story of the hero Makoma. From the Sena. Oral tradition. Once upon a time, at the town of Sena, on the banks of the Zambesi, was born a child. He was not like other children, for he was very tall and strong. Over his shoulder he carried a big sack, and in his hand an iron hammer. He could also speak like a grown man, but usually he was very silent. One day his mother said to him, "My child, by what name shall we know you?" And he answered, "Call all the headmen of Sena here to the river's bank." And his mother called the headmen of the town, and when they had come he led them down to a deep black pool in the river, where all the fierce crocodiles lived. "O great men," he said, while they all listened, "which of you will leap into the pool and overcome the crocodiles?" But no one would come forward. So he turned and sprang into the water and disappeared. The people held their breath, for they thought, "Surely the boy is bewitched, and throws away his life, for the crocodiles will eat him." Then suddenly the ground trembled, and the pool, heaving and swirling, became red with blood, and presently the boy rising to the surface swam on shore. But he was no longer just a boy. He was stronger than any man and very tall and handsome, so that the people shouted with gladness when they saw him. "Now, O my people," he cried, waving his hand, "you know my name. I am Makoma, the Greater. For have I not slain the crocodiles into the pool where none could venture?" Then he said to his mother, "Rest gently, my mother, for I go to make a home for myself and become a hero." Then, entering his hut, he took a nuendo, his iron hammer, and throwing the sack over his shoulder, he went away. Makoma crossed the Zambesi, and for many moons he wandered towards the north and west, until he came to a very hilly country, where, one day, he met a huge giant making mountains. "Greeting!" shouted Makoma. "Who are you?" "I am Kieswa Mapiri, who makes the mountains," answered the giant. "And who are you?" "I am Makoma, which signifies greater," answered he. "Greater than who?" asked the giant. "Greater than you," answered Makoma. The giant gave a roar and rushed upon him. Makoma said nothing, but swinging his great hammer, nuendo, he struck the giant upon the head. He struck him so hard a blow that the giant shrank into quite a little man, who fell upon his knees, saying, "You are indeed greater than I, O Makoma. Take me with you to be your slave." So Makoma picked him up, and dropped him into the sack which he carried upon his back. He was greater than ever now, for all the giant's strength had gone into him, and he resumed his journey, carrying his burden with as little difficulty as an eagle might carry a hare. Before long he came to a country broken up with huge stones and immense clods of earth. Looking over one of the heaps, he saw a giant wrapped in dust, dragging out the very earth, and hurling it in handfuls on either side of him. "Who are you?" cried Makoma, "that pulls up the earth in this way?" "I am Ki Dubula Taka," said he, "and I am making the river beds." "Do you know who I am?" said Makoma. "I am he that is called Greater." "Greater than who?" thundered the giant. "Greater than you," answered Makoma. With a shout, Ki Dubula Taka seized a great clod of earth and launched it at Makoma. But the hero had his sack held over his left arm, and the stones and earth fell harmlessly upon it, and, tightly gripping his iron hammer, he rushed in and struck the giant to the ground. Ki Dubula Taka grovelled before him, all the while growing smaller and smaller. And when he had become a convenient size, Makoma picked him up and put him into the sack, beside Ki Eswa Mapiri. He went on his way even greater than before, as all the river maker's power had become his; and at last he came to a forest of baobabs and thorn trees. He was astonished at their size, for every one was full grown and larger than any trees he had ever seen, and close by he saw Kigwiza Miti, the giant who was planting the forest. Kigwiza Miti was taller than either of his brothers, but Makoma was not afraid, and called out to him: "Who are you, O big one?" "I," said the giant, "am Kigwiza Miti, and I am planting these baobabs and thorns as food for my children the elephants." "Leave off!" shouted the hero, "for I am Makoma, and would like to exchange a blow with thee." The giant, plucking up a monster baobab by the roots, struck heavily at Makoma. But the hero sprang aside, and the weapon sank deep into the soft earth, whirled Nuendo the hammer round his head, and felled the giant with one blow. So terrible was the stroke that Kigwiza Miti shrivelled up as the other giants had done; and when he had got back his breath he begged Makoma to take him as his servant. "For," said he, "it is honourable to serve a man so great as thou." Makoma, after placing him in his sack, proceeded upon his journey, and travelling for many days, he at last reached a country so barren and rocky that not a single living thing grew upon it. Everywhere reigned grim desolation, and in the midst of this dead region he found a man eating fire. "What are you doing?" demanded Makoma. "I am eating fire," answered the man, laughing, "and my name is Kiidia Moto, for I am the flame spirit, and can waste and destroy what I like." "You are wrong," said Makoma, "for I am Makoma, who is greater than you, and you cannot destroy me." The fire eater laughed again, and blew a flame at Makoma. But the hero sprang behind a rock just in time, for the ground upon which he had been standing was turned to molten glass, like an overbaked pot, by the heat of the flame spirit's breath. Then the hero flung his iron hammer at Kiidia Moto, and, striking him, it knocked him helpless. So Makoma placed him in the sack, Woronowu, with the other great men that he had overcome. And now, truly, Makoma was a very great hero, for he had the strength to make hills, the industry to lead rivers over dry wastes, foresight and wisdom in planting trees, and the power of producing fire when he wished. Wandering on, he arrived one day at a great plain, well watered and full of game; and in the very middle of it, close to a large river, was a grassy spot, very pleasant to make a home upon. Makoma was so delighted with the little meadow that he sat down under a large tree, and removing the sack from his shoulder, took out all the giants and set them before him. "My friends," said he, "I have travelled far and I am weary. Is not this such a place as would suit a hero for his home? Let us then go, to morrow, to bring in timber to make a kraal." So the next day Makoma and the giants set out to get poles to build the kraal, leaving only Kieswa Mapiri to look after the place, and cook some venison which they had killed. In the evening, when they returned, they found the giant helpless and tied to a tree by one enormous hair. "How is it," said Makoma, astonished, "that we find you thus bound and helpless?" "O chief," answered Kieswa Mapiri, "at midday a man came out of the river. He was of immense stature, and his grey moustaches were of such length that I could not see where they ended. He demanded of me, 'Who is thy master?' and I answered, 'Makoma, the greatest of heroes.' Then the man seized me, and pulling a hair from his moustache tied me to this tree, even as you see me." Makoma was very wroth, but he said nothing, and drawing his finger nail across the hair, which was as thick and strong as palm rope, cut it, and set free the mountain maker. The 3 following days exactly the same thing happened, only each time with a different one of the party, and on the 4th day Makoma stayed in camp when the others went to cut poles, saying that he would see for himself what sort of man this was that lived in the river, and whose moustaches were so long that they ended beyond men's sight. So when the giants had gone, he swept up and tidied the camp and put some venison on the fire to roast. At midday, when the sun was right overhead, he heard a rumbling noise from the river, and, looking up, he saw the head and shoulders of an enormous man emerging from it. And behold, right down the river bed and up the river bed till they faded into the blue distance, stretched the giant's grey moustaches. "Who are you?" bellowed the giant, as soon as he was out of the water. "I am he that is called Makoma," answered the hero, "and, before I slay thee, tell me also what is thy name, and what thou dost in the river." "My name is Chin Debu Maugiri," said the giant. "My home is in the river, for my moustache is the grey fever mist that hangs above the water, and with which I bind all those that come unto me so that they die." "You cannot bind me!" shouted Makoma, rushing upon him and striking with his hammer. But the river giant was so slimy that the blow slid harmlessly off his green chest, and as Makoma stumbled and tried to regain his balance, the giant swung one of his long hairs around him and tripped him up. For a moment Makoma was helpless, but remembering the power of the flame spirit which had entered into him, he breathed a fiery breath upon the giant's hair and cut himself free. As Chin Debou Maugiri leaned forward to seize him, the hero flung his sack Woronowu over the giant's slippery head, and gripping his iron hammer struck him again. This time the blow alighted upon the dry sack, and Chin Debou Maugiri fell dead. When the 4 giants returned at sunset with the poles, they rejoiced to find that Makoma had overcome the fever spirit, and they feasted on the roast venison till far into the night. But in the morning, when they awoke, Makoma was already warming his hands to the fire, and his face was gloomy. "In the darkness of the night, O my friends," he said presently, "the white spirits of my fathers came upon me and spoke, saying, 'Get thee hence, Makoma, for thou shalt have no rest until thou hast found and fought with Sakatirina, who had 5 heads and is very great and strong. So take leave of thy friends, for thou must go alone.' Then the giants were very sad, and bewailed the loss of their hero. But Makoma comforted them and gave back to each the gifts he had taken from them. Then, bidding them farewell, he went on his way. Makoma travelled far towards the west, over rough mountains and waterlogged morasses, fording deep rivers, and tramping for days across dry deserts where most men would have died, until at length he arrived at a hut standing near some large peaks, and inside the hut were 2 beautiful women. "Greeting," said the hero. "Is this the country of Sakatirina of 5 heads, whom I am seeking?" "We greet you, O great one," answered the women. "We are the wives of Sakatirina. Your search is at an end, for there stands he whom you seek." And they pointed to what Makoma had thought were 2 tall mountain peaks. "Those are his legs," they said. "His body you cannot see, for it is hidden in the clouds." Makoma was astonished when he beheld how tall was the giant. But, nothing daunted, he went forward until he reached one of Sakatirina's legs, which he struck heavily with Nuendo. Nothing happened, so he hit again and then again, until presently he heard a tired, far away voice saying, "Who is it that scratches my feet?" And Makoma shouted as loud as he could, answering, "It is I, Makoma, who is called Greater." And he listened, but there was no answer. Then Makoma collected all the dead brushwood and trees that he could find, and making an enormous pile round the giant's legs, set a light to it. This time the giant spoke. His voice was very terrible, for it was a rumble of thunder in the clouds. "Who is it," he said, "making that fire smoulder round my feet?" "It is I, Makoma," shouted the hero, "and I have come from far away to see thee, O Sakatirina, for the spirits of my fathers bade me go seek and fight with thee, lest I should grow fat and weary of myself." There was silence for a while, and then the giant spoke softly. "It is good, O Makoma," he said, "for I too have grown weary. There is no man as great as I, therefore I am all alone. Guard thyself!" And bending suddenly, he seized the hero in his hands and dashed him upon the ground. And lo! instead of death, Makoma had found life, for he sprang to his feet mightier in strength and stature than before, and, rushing in, he gripped the giant by the waist and wrestled with him. Hour by hour they fought, and mountains rolled beneath their feet like pebbles in a flood. Now Makoma would break away, and summoning up his strength, strike the giant with Nuendo his iron hammer, and Sakatirina would pluck up the mountains and hurl them upon the hero, but neither one could slay the other. At last, upon the second day, they grappled so strongly that they could not break away. But their strength was failing, and, just as the sun was sinking, they fell together to the ground, insensible. In the morning, when they awoke, Mulimo the Great Spirit was standing by them, and he said: "O Makoma and Sakatirina, ye are heroes so great that no man may come against you; therefore ye will leave the world and take up your home with me in the clouds." And as he spake the heroes became invisible to the people of the earth, and were no more seen among them. End of the story of the hero Makoma. Chapter 2 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Magic Mirror. Native Rhodesian Tale. From the Senna. A long, long while ago, before ever the white men were seen in Senna, there lived a man called Gopani Kufa. One day, as he was out hunting, he came upon a strange sight. An enormous python had caught an antelope and coiled itself around it. The antelope, striking out in despair with its horns, had pinned the python's neck to a tree, and so deeply had its horns sunk in the soft wood that neither creature could get away. "Help!" cried the antelope, "for I was doing no harm, yet I have been caught, and would have been eaten had I not defended myself." "Help me," said the python, "for I am Insato, king of all the reptiles, and will reward you well." Gopani Kufa considered for a moment, then stabbing the antelope with his assegai, he set the python free. "I thank you," said the python. "Come back here with the new moon, when I shall have eaten the antelope, and I will reward you as I promised." "Yes," said the dying antelope, "he will reward you, and lo! your reward shall be your own undoing." Gopani Kufa went back to his kraal, and with the new moon he returned again to the spot where he had saved the python. Insato was lying upon the ground, still sleepy from the effects of his huge meal, and when he saw the man he thanked him again, and said: "Come with me now to Pita, which is my own country, and I will give you what you will of all my possessions." Gopani Kufa at first was afraid, thinking of what the antelope had said, but finally he consented, and followed Insato into the forest. For several days they travelled, and at last they came to a hole leading deep into the earth. It was not very wide, but large enough to admit a man. "Hold on to my tail," said Insato, "and I will go down first, drawing you after me." The man did so, and Insato entered. Down, down, down they went for days, all the while getting deeper and deeper into the earth, until at last the darkness ended and they dropped into a beautiful country. Around them grew short green grass, on which browsed herds of cattle and sheep and goats. In the distance, Gopani Kufa saw a great collection of houses, all square, built of stone and very tall, and their roofs were shining with gold and burnished iron. Gopani Kufa turned to Insato, but found, in the place of the python, a man, strong and handsome, with the great snake's skin wrapped round him for covering, and on his arms and neck were rings of pure gold. The man smiled. "I am Insato," said he, "but in my own country I take man's shape, even as you see me, for this is Pita, the land over which I am king." He then took Gopani Kufa by the hand and led him towards the sun. On the way they passed rivers in which men and women were bathing and fishing and boating, and farther on they came to gardens covered with heavy crops of rice and maize, and many other grains which Gopani Kufa did not even know the name of. And as they passed, the people who were singing at their work in the fields abandoned their labours and saluted Insato with delight, bringing also palm wine and green coconuts for refreshment, as to one returned from a long journey. "These are my children," said Insato, waving his hand towards the people. Gopani Kufa was much astonished at all that he saw, but he said nothing. Presently they came to the town. Everything here, too, was beautiful, and everything that a man might desire he could obtain. Even the grains of dust in the streets were of gold and silver. Insato conducted Gopani Kufa to the palace, and showing him his rooms and the maidens who would wait upon him, told him that they would have a great feast that night, and on the morrow he might name his choice of the riches of Pita, and it should be given him. Then he was away. Now Gopani Kufa had a wasp called Zengi Mizi. Zengi Mizi was not an ordinary wasp, for the spirit of the father of Gopani Kufa had entered it, so that it was exceedingly wise. In times of doubt, Gopani Kufa always consulted the wasp as to what had better be done, so on this occasion he took it out of the little rush basket in which he carried it, saying: "Zengi Mizi, what gift shall I ask of Insato to morrow, when he would know the reward he shall bestow on me for saving his life?" "Bzzz," hummed Zengi Mizi. "Ask him for Sipao the mirror." And it flew back into its basket. Gopani Kufa was astonished at this answer, but knowing that the words of Zengi Mizi were true words, he determined to make the request. So that night they feasted, and on the morrow Insato came to Gopani Kufa, and, giving him greeting joyfully, he said: "Now, O my friend, name your choice amongst my possessions, and you shall have it." "O king," answered Gopani Kufa, "out of all your possessions I will have the mirror, Sipao." The king started. "Oh friend, Gopani Kufa," he said, "ask anything but that. I did not think that you would request that which is most precious to me." "Let me think over it again, then, O king," said Gopani Kufa, "and tomorrow I will let you know, if I change my mind." But the king was still much troubled, fearing the loss of Sipao, for the mirror had magic powers, so that he, who owned it, had but to ask and his wish would be fulfilled. To it Insato owed all that he possessed. As soon as the king left him, Gopani Kufa again took Zengi Mizi out of his basket. "Zengi Mizi," he said, "the king seems loth to grant my request for the mirror. Is there not some other thing of equal value for which I might ask?" And the wasp answered: "There is nothing in the world, O Gopani Kufa, which is of such value as this mirror, for it is a wishing mirror, and accomplishes the desires of him who owns it. If the king hesitates, go to him the next day, and the day after, and in the end he will bestow the mirror upon you, for you saved his life." And it was even so. For 3 days Gopani Kufa returned the same answer to the king, and at last, with tears in his eyes, Insato gave him the mirror, which was of polished iron, saying: "Take Sipao, then, O Gopani Kufa, and may thy wishes come true. Go back now to thine own country. Sipao will show you the way." Gopani Kufa was greatly rejoiced, and, taking farewell of the king, said to the mirror: "Sipao, Sipao, I wish to be back upon the earth again." Instantly he found himself standing upon the upper earth, but, not knowing the spot, he said again to the mirror: "Sipao, Sipao, I want the path to my own kraal." And behold, right before him lay the path. When he arrived home he found his wife and daughter mourning for him, for they thought that he had been eaten by lions. But he comforted them, saying that while following a wounded antelope he had missed his way, and had wandered for a long time before he had found the path again. That night he asked Zengi Mizi, in whom sat the spirit of his father, what he had better ask Sipao for next. "Bzzz," said the wasp. "Would you not like to be as great a chief as Insato?" And Gopani Kufa smiled and took the mirror, and said to it: "Sipao, Sipao, I want a town as great as that of Insato, the king of Pita, and I wish to be the chief over it." Then all along the banks of the Zambezi River, which flowed near by, sprang up streets of stone buildings, and their roofs shone with gold and burnished iron like those in Pita. And in the streets men and women were walking, and young boys were driving out the sheep and cattle to pasture. And from the river came shouts and laughter from the young men and maidens who had launched their canoes and were fishing. And when the people of the new town beheld Gopani Kufa, they rejoiced greatly and hailed him as chief. Gopani Kufa was now as powerful as Insato the king of the reptiles had been, and he and his family moved into the palace that stood high above the other buildings, right in the middle of the town. His wife was too astonished at all these wonders to ask any questions, but his daughter Shazaza kept begging him to tell her how he had suddenly become so great. So at last he revealed the whole secret, and even entrusted Sipao the mirror to her care, saying: "It will be safer with you, my daughter, for you dwell apart; whereas men come to consult me on affairs of state, and the mirror might be stolen." Then Shahzaza took the magic mirror and hid it beneath her pillow, and after that for many years Gopani Kufa ruled his people both well and wisely, so that all men loved him, and never once did he need to ask Sipao to grant him a wish. Now it happened that, after many years, when the hair of Gopani Kufa was turning grey with age, there came white men to that country. Up the Zambesi they came, and they fought long and fiercely with Gopani Kufa, but, because of the power of the magic mirror, he beat them, and they fled to the sea coast. Chief among them was one Ray, a man of much cunning, who sought to discover whence sprang Gopani Kufa's power. So one day he called to him a trusty servant named Buto, and said: "Go you to the town and find out for me what is the secret of its greatness." And Buto, dressed himself in rags, set out, and when he came to Gopani Kufa's town he asked for the chief. And the people took him into the presence of Gopani Kufa. When the white man saw him he humbled himself, and said: "O chief, take pity on me, for I have no home. When Ray marched against you, I alone stood apart, for I knew that all the strength of the Zambesi lay in your hands, and because I would not fight against you he turned me forth into the forest to starve." And Gopani Kufa believed the white man's story, and he took him in and feasted him and gave him a house. In this way the end came, for the heart of Shahzaza, the daughter of Gopani Kufa, went forth to Buto the traitor, and from her he learned the secret of the magic mirror. One night, when all the town slept, he felt beneath her pillow, and, finding the mirror, he stole it and fled back with it to Ray, the chief of the white men. So it befell that, one day, as Gopani Kufa was gazing up at the river from a window of the palace, he again saw the war canoes of the white men, and at the sight his spirit misgave him. "Shahzaza, my daughter," he cried wildly, "go fetch me the mirror, for the white men are at hand." "Woe is me, my father!" she sobbed. "The mirror is gone, for I loved Buto the traitor, and he has stolen Sipao from me." Then Gopani Kufa calmed himself, and drew out Zengi Mizi from its rush basket. "O spirit of my father," he said, "what now shall I do?" "O Gopani Kufa," hummed the wasp, "there is nothing now that can be done, for the words of the antelope which you slew are being fulfilled." "Alas, I am an old man, I had forgotten!" cried the chief. "The words of the antelope were true words. My reward shall be my undoing. They are being fulfilled." Then the white men fell upon the people of Gopani Kufa and slew them together with the chief and his daughter Shahzaza, and since then all the power of the earth has rested in the hands of the white men, for they have in their possession Sipao, the magic mirror. End of The Magic Mirror. Chapter 3 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Story of the King Who Would See Paradise. Once upon a time there was a king who, one day out hunting, came upon a fakir in a lonely place in the mountains. The fakir was seated on a little old bedstead, reading the Koran, with his patched cloak thrown over his shoulders. The king asked him what he was reading, and he said he was reading about Paradise, and praying that he might be worthy to enter there. Then they began to talk, and by the king asked the fakir if he could show him a glimpse of Paradise, for he found it very difficult to believe in what he could not see. The fakir replied that he was asking a very difficult and perhaps a very dangerous thing, but that he would pray for him, and perhaps he might be able to do it. Only he warned the king both against the dangers of his unbelief and against the curiosity which prompted him to ask this thing. However, the king was not to be turned from his purpose, and he promised the fakir always to provide him with food if he in return would pray for him. To this the fakir agreed, and so they parted. Time went on, and the king always sent the old fakir his food according to his promise. But whenever he sent to ask him when he was going to show him Paradise, the fakir always replied, "Not yet, not yet." After a year or two had passed by, the king heard one day that the fakir was very ill. Indeed, he was believed to be dying. Instantly he hurried off himself, and found that it was really true, and that the fakir was even then breathing his last. There and then the king besought him to remember his promise, and to show him a glimpse of Paradise. The dying fakir replied that if the king would come to his funeral, and, when the grave was filled in, and everyone else was gone away, he would come and lay his hand upon the grave, he would keep his word and show him a glimpse of Paradise. At the same time he implored the king not to do this thing, but to be content to see Paradise when God called him there. Still the king's curiosity was so aroused that he would not give way. Accordingly, after the fakir was dead and had been buried, he stayed behind when all the rest went away, and then, when he was quite alone, he stepped forward and laid his hand upon the grave. Instantly the ground opened, and the astonished king, peeping in, saw a flight of rough steps, and at the bottom of them the fakir sitting, just as he used to sit, on his rickety bedstead, reading the Koran. At first the king was so surprised and frightened that he could only stare, but the fakir beckoned to him to come down, so, mustering up his courage, he boldly stepped down into the grave. The fakir rose, and, making a sign to the king to follow, walked a few paces along a dark passage. Then he stopped, turned solemnly to his companion, and, with a movement of his hand, drew aside as it were a heavy curtain, and revealed what? No one knows what was there shown to the king, nor did he ever tell anyone. But when the fakir at length dropped the curtain, and the king turned to leave the place, he had had his glimpse of Paradise. Trembling in every limb, he staggered back along the passage, and stumbled up the steps out of the tomb into the fresh air again. The dawn was breaking. It seemed odd to the king that he had been so long in the grave. It appeared but a few minutes ago that he had descended, passed along the few steps to the place where he had peeped beyond the veil, and returned again after perhaps 5 minutes of that wonderful view. And what was it he had seen? He racked his brains to remember, but he could not call to mind a single thing. How curious everything looked too! Why, his own city, which by now he was entering, seemed changed and strange to him. The sun was already up when he turned into the palace gate and entered the public durbar hall. It was full. A chamberlain came across and asked him why he sat unbidden in the king's presence. "But I am the king!" he cried. "What king?" said the chamberlain. "The true king of this country," said he, indignantly. Then the chamberlain went away, and spoke to the king who sat on the throne, and the old king heard words like mad, age, compassion. Then the king on the throne called him to come forward, and, as he went, he caught sight of himself reflected in the polished steel shield of the bodyguard, and started back in horror. He was old, decrepit, dirty, and ragged. His long white beard and locks were unkempt, and straggled all over his chest and shoulders. Only one sign of royalty remained to him, and that was the signet ring upon his right hand. He dragged it off with shaking fingers and held it up to the king. "Tell me who I am," he cried. "There is my signet, who once sat where you sit, even yesterday." The king looked at him compassionately, and examined the signet with curiosity. Then he commanded, and they brought out dusty records and archives of the kingdom, and old coins of previous reigns, and compared them faithfully. At last the king turned to the old man, and said: "Old man, such a king as this whose signet thou hast, reigned 700 years ago, but he is said to have disappeared none know whither. Where got you the ring?" Then the old man smote his breast and cried out a loud lamentation, for he understood that he, who was not content to wait patiently to see the paradise of the faithful, had been judged already. And he turned and left the hall without a word, and went into the jungle, where he lived for 25 years a life of prayer and meditation, until at last the angel of death came for him, and mercifully released him, purged and purified through his punishment. End of Story of the King Who Would See Paradise.
Chapter 4 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Brown. The Orange Fairy Book, edited by Andrew Lang. How Isuro the Rabbit Tricked Gudu. A Pathan story told to Major Campbell. Far away in a hot country, where the forests are very thick and dark, and the rivers very swift and strong, there once lived a strange pair of friends. Now one of the friends was a big white rabbit named Isuro, and the other was a tall baboon called Gudu, and so fond were they of each other that they were seldom seen apart. One day, when the sun was hotter even than usual, the rabbit awoke from his midday sleep and saw Gudu the baboon standing beside him. "Get up," said Gudu. "I'm going courting, and you must come with me. So put some food in a bag and sling it around your neck, for we may not be able to find anything to eat for a long while." Then the rabbit rubbed his eyes, and gathered a store of fresh green things from under the bushes, and told Gudu that he was ready for the journey. They went on quite happily for some distance, and at last they came to a river with rocks scattered here and there across the stream. "We can never jump those wide spaces if we are burdened with food," said Gudu. "We must throw it into the river, unless we wish to fall in ourselves." And stooping down, unseen by Isuro, who was in front of him, Gudu picked up a big stone and threw it into the water with a loud splash. "It is your turn now," he cried to Isuro, and with a heavy sigh, the rabbit unfastened his bag of food, which fell into the river. The road on the other side led down an avenue of trees, and before they had gone very far, Gudu opened the bag that lay hidden in the thick hair about his neck, and began to eat some delicious-looking fruit. "Where did you get that from?" asked Isuro enviously. "Oh, I found after all that I could get across the rocks quite easily, so it seemed a pity not to keep my bag," answered Gudu. "Well, as you tricked me into throwing away mine, you ought to let me share with you," said Isuro. But Gudu pretended not to hear him, and strode along the path. By and by they entered a wood, and right in front of them was a tree so laden with fruit that its branches swept the ground, and some of the fruit was still green, and some yellow. The rabbit hopped forward with joy, for he was very hungry, but Gudu said to him, "Pluck the green fruit, you will find it much the best. I will leave it all for you, as you have had no dinner, and take the yellow for myself." So the rabbit took one of the green oranges and began to bite it, but its skin was so hard that he could hardly get his teeth through the rind. "It does not taste at all nice," he cried, screwing up his face. "I would rather have one of the yellow ones." "No, no, I really could not allow that," answered Gudu. "They would only make you ill. Be content with the green fruit." and as they were all he could get, Isuro was forced to put up with them. After this had happened 2 or 3 times, Isuro at last had his eyes opened, and made up his mind that whatever Gudu told him, he would do exactly the opposite. However, by this time they had reached the village where dwelt Gudu's future wife, and as they entered, Gudu pointed to a clump of bushes, and said to Isuro, "Whenever I am eating, and you hear me call out that my food has burnt me, run as fast as you can and gather some of those leaves that they may heal my mouth." The rabbit would have liked to ask him why he ate food that he knew would burn him, only he was afraid, and just nodded in reply. But when they had gone on a little further, he said to Gudu, "I have dropped my needle. Wait here a moment while I go and fetch it." "Be quick, then," answered Gudu, climbing into a tree. And the rabbit hastened back to the bushes, and gathered a quantity of the leaves, which he hid among his fur. "For," thought he, "if I get them now, I shall save myself the trouble of a walk by and by." When he had plucked as many as he wanted, he returned to Gudu, and they went on together. The sun was almost setting by the time they reached their journey's end, and being very tired, they gladly sat down by a well. Then Gudu's betrothed, who had been watching for him, brought out a pitcher of water, which she poured over them to wash off the dust of the road, and 2 portions of food. But once again the rabbit's hopes were dashed to the ground, for Gudu said hastily, "The custom of the village forbids you to eat till I have finished." And Isuro did not know that Gudu was lying, and that he only wanted more food. So he saw hungrily looking on, waiting till his friend had had enough. In a little while Gudu screamed loudly, "I am burnt! I am burnt!" though he was not burnt at all. Now, though Isuro had the leaves about him, he did not dare to produce them at the last moment, lest the baboon should guess why he had stayed behind. So he just went round a corner for a short time, and then came hopping back in a great hurry. But quick though he was, Gudu had been quicker still, and nothing remained but some drops of water. "How unlucky you are," said Gudu, snatching the leaves. "No sooner had you gone than ever so many people arrived and washed their hands, as you see, and ate your portion." But though Isuro knew better than to believe him, he said nothing, and went to bed hungrier than he had ever been in his life. Early next morning they started for another village, and passed on the way a large garden where people were very busy gathering monkey nuts. "You can have a good breakfast at last," said Gudu, pointing to a heap of empty shells, never doubting but that Isuro would meekly take the portion shown him, and leave the real nuts for himself. But what was his surprise when Isuro answered, "Thank you, I think I should prefer these," and, turning to the kernels, never stopped as long as there was one left. And the worst of it was that, with so many people about, Gudu could not take the nuts from him. It was night when they reached the village where dwelt the mother of Gudu's betrothed, who laid meat and millet porridge before them. "I think you told me you were fond of porridge," said Gudu. But Isuro answered, "You are mistaking me for somebody else, as I always eat meat when I can get it." And again Gudu was forced to be content with the porridge, which he hated. While he was eating it, however, a sudden thought darted into his mind, and he managed to knock over a great pot of water which was hanging in front of the fire, and put it quite out. "Now," said the cunning creature to himself, "I shall be able in the dark to steal his meat." But the rabbit had grown as cunning as he, and standing in a corner hid the meat behind him, so that the baboon could not find it. "Oh, Gudu!" he cried, laughing aloud, "it is you who have taught me to be clever." And calling to the people of the house, he bade them kindle the fire, for Gudu would sleep by it, but that he would pass the night with some friends in another hut. It was still quite dark when Isuro heard his name called very softly, and on opening his eyes beheld Gudu standing by him. Laying his finger on his nose in token of silence, he signed to Isuro to get up and follow him, and it was not until they were some distance from the hut that Gudu spoke. "I am hungry, and want something to eat better than that nasty porridge that I had for supper, so I am going to kill one of those goats, and as you are a good cook, you must boil the flesh for me." The rabbit nodded, and Gudu disappeared behind a rock, but soon returned, dragging the dead goat with him. The two then set about skinning it, after which they stuffed the skin with dried leaves, so that no one would have guessed it was not alive, and set it up in the middle of a lump of bushes, which kept it firm on its feet. While he was doing this, Isuro collected sticks for a fire, and when it was kindled, Gudu hastened to another hut to steal a pot, which he filled with water from the river, and planting 2 branches in the ground, they hung the pot with the meat in it over the fire. "It will not be fit to eat for 2 hours at least," said Gudu, "so we can both have a nap." And he stretched himself out on the ground, and pretended to fall fast asleep, but in reality he was only waiting till it was safe to take all the meat for himself. "Surely I hear him snore," he thought, and he stole to the place where Isuro was lying on a pile of wood, but the rabbit's eyes were wide open. "How tiresome!" muttered Gudu, as he went back to his place, and after waiting a little longer he got up and peeped again, but still the rabbit's pink eyes stared widely. If Gudu had only known, Isuro was asleep all the time, but this he never guessed, and by he grew so tired with watching that he went to sleep himself. Soon after, Isuro woke up, and he too felt hungry, so he crept softly to the pot and ate all the meat, while he tied the bones together and hung them in Gudu's fur. After that he went back to the woodpile and slept again. In the morning the mother of Gudu's betrothed came out to milk her goats, and on going to the bushes where the largest one seemed entangled, she found out the trick. She made such lament that the people of the village came running, and Gudu and Isuro jumped up also, and pretended to be as surprised and interested as the rest. But they must have looked guilty after all, for suddenly an old man pointed to them and cried, "Those are thieves!" And at the sound of his voice the big Gudu trembled all over. "How dare you say such things? I defy you to prove it," answered Isuro boldly, and he danced forward and turned head over heels and shook himself before them all. "I spoke hastily. You are innocent," said the old man. "But now let the baboon do likewise." And when Gudu began to jump, the goat's bones rattled, and the people cried, "It is Gudu who is the goat slayer." But Gudu answered, "Nay, I did not kill your goat. It was Isuro, and he ate the meat, and hung the bones round my neck, so it is he who should die." And the people looked at each other, for they knew not what to believe. At length one man said, "Let them both die, but they may choose their own deaths." Then Isuro answered, "If we must die, put us in the place where the wood is cut, and heap it up all round us, so that we cannot escape, and set fire to the wood. And if one is burned and the other is not, then he that is burned is the goat slayer." And the people did as Isuro had said. But Isuro knew of a hole under the woodpile, and when the fire was kindled he ran into the hole, but Gudu died there. When the fire had burned itself out, and only ashes were left where the wood had been, Isuro came out of his hole and said to the people, "Lo, did I not speak well? He who killed your goat is among those ashes." End of How Isuro the Rabbit Tricked Gudu. Recording by Paul Brown, Lempala, Finland.
Chapter 5 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Ian, the Soldier's Son. Mashona's Story. There dwelt a knight in Grianag of the Land of the West, who had 3 daughters, and for goodness and beauty they had not their like in all the isles. All the people loved them, and loud was the weeping when one day, as the 3 maidens sat on the rocks on the edge of the sea, dipping their feet in the water, there arose a great beast from under the waves and swept them away beneath the ocean, and none knew whither they had gone, or how to seek them. Now there lived in a town a few miles off a soldier who had 3 sons, fine youths and strong, and the best players at shinny in that country. At Christmas tide that year, when families met together and great feasts were held, Ian, the youngest of the 3 brothers, said, "Let us have a match at shinny on the lawn of the Knight of Grianag, for his lawn is wider and the grass smoother than ours." But the others answered, "Nay, for he is in sorrow, and he will think of the games that we have played there when his daughters looked on." "Let him be pleased or angry as he will," said Ian, "we will drive our ball on his lawn to-day." And so it was done, and Ian won 3 games from his brothers. But the knight looked out of his window and was wroth, and bade his men bring the youths before him. When he stood in his hall and beheld him, his heart was softened somewhat, but his face was angry as he asked, "Why did you choose to play shinny in front of my castle when you knew full well that the remembrance of my daughters would come back to me? The pain which you have made me suffer you shall suffer also." "Since we have done you wrong," answered Ian, the youngest, "build us a ship, and we will go and seek your daughters. Let them be to windward or to leeward, or under the 4 brown boundaries of the sea. We will find them before a year and a day goes by, and will carry them back to Grianag." In 7 days the ship was built, and great store of food and wine placed in her, and the 3 brothers put her head to the sea and sailed away. And in 7 days the ship ran herself on to a beach of white sand, and they all went ashore. They had none of them ever seen that land before, and looked about them. Then they saw that, a short way from them, a number of men were working on a rock, with one man standing over them. "What place is this?" asked the eldest brother. And the man who was standing by made answer, "This is the place where dwell the 3 daughters of the Knight of Grianag, who are to be wedded to-morrow to 3 giants." "How can we find them?" asked the young man again, and the overlooker answered, "To reach the daughters of the Knight of Grianag you must get into this basket, and be drawn by a rope up the face of this rock." "Oh, that is easily done," said the eldest brother, jumping into the basket, which at once began to move up and up and up, till he had gone about half-way, when a fat black raven flew at him and pecked him till he was nearly blind, so that he was forced to go back the way he had come. After that the second brother got into the creel, but he fared no better, for the raven flew upon him, and he returned as his brother had done. "Now it is my turn," said Ian, but when he was half-way up the raven set upon him also. "Quick, quick!" cried Ian to the men who held the rope. "Quick, quick, or I shall be blinded!" And the men pulled with all their might, and in another moment Ian was on top, and the raven behind him. "Will you give me a piece of tobacco?" asked the raven, who was now quite quiet. "You rascal, am I to give you tobacco for trying to peck my eyes out?" answered Ian. "That was part of my duty," replied the raven, "but give it to me, and I will prove a good friend to you." So Ian broke off a piece of tobacco and gave it to him. The raven hid it under his wing, and then went on. "Now I will take you to the house of the big giant, where the knight's daughter sits sewing, sewing, till even her thimble is wet with tears." And the raven hopped before him till they reached a large house, the door of which stood open. They entered and passed through one hall after the other, until they found the knight's daughter, as the bird had said. "What brought you here?" asked she, and Ian made answer, "Why may I not go where you can go?" "I was brought hither by a giant," replied she. "I know that," said Ian, "but tell me where the giant is, that I may find him." "He is on the hunting hill," answered she, "and naught will bring him home save a shake of the iron chain which hangs outside the gate. But there, neither to leeward nor to windward, nor in the 4 brown boundaries of the sea, is there any man that can hold battle against him, save only Ian, the soldier's son, and he is now but 16 years old, and how shall he stand against the giant?" "In the land whence I have come there are many men with the strength of Ian," answered he. and he went outside and pulled at the chain, but he could not move it, and fell on to his knees. At that he rose swiftly, and gathering up his strength he seized the chain, and this time he shook it so that the link broke, and the giant heard it on the hunting hill, and lifted his head, thinking, "It sounds like the noise of Ian, the soldier's son," said he, "but as yet he is only 16 years old. Still, I had better look to it." And home he came. "Are you Ian, the soldier's son?" he asked as he entered the castle. "No, of a surety," answered the youth, who had no wish that they should know him. "Then who are you in the leeward, or in the windward, or in the 4 brown boundaries of the sea, who are able to move my battle chain?" "That will be plain to you after wrestling with me, as I wrestle with my mother. And one time she got the better of me, and 2 times she did not." So they wrestled, and twisted and strove with each other, till the giant forced Ian to his knee. "You are the stronger," said Ian, and the giant answered, "All men know that." And they took hold of each other once more, and at last Ian threw the giant, and wished that the raven were there to help him. No sooner had he wished his wish than the raven came. "Put your hand under my right wing, and you will find a knife sharp enough to take off his head," said the raven. And the knife was so sharp that it cut off the giant's head with a blow. "Now go and tell the daughter of the king of Grianag, but take heed lest you listen to her words, and promise to go no further, for she will seek to help you. Instead, seek the middle daughter, and when you have found her you shall give me a piece of tobacco for reward." "Well have you earned the half of all I have," answered Ian, but the raven shook his head. "You know only what has passed, and nothing of what lies before. If you would not fail, wash yourself in clean water, and take balsam from a vessel on top of the door, and rub it over your body, and tomorrow you will be as strong as many men, and I will lead you to the dwelling of the middle one." Ian did as the raven bade him, and in spite of the eldest daughter's entreaties, he set out to seek her next sister. He found her where she was seated, sewing, her very thimble wet from the tears which she had shed. "What brought you here?" asked the second sister. "Why may I not go where you can go?" answered he. "And why are you weeping?" "Because in one day I shall be married to the giant who is on the hunting hill." "How can I get him home?" asked Ian. "Naught will bring him but a shake of that iron chain which hangs outside the gate. But there is neither to leeward nor to westward, nor in the 4 brown boundaries of the sea, any man that can hold battle with him, save Ian, the soldier's son, and he is now but 16 years of age." "In the land whence I have come there are many men with the strength of Ian," said he, and he went outside and pulled at the chain, but he could not move it, and fell on his knees. At that he rose to his feet, and gathering up his strength mightily, he seized the chain, and this time he shook it so that 3 links broke. And the second giant heard it on the hunting hill, and lifted his head, thinking, "It sounds like the noise of Ian, the soldier's son," said he, "but as yet he is only 16 years old. Still, I had better look to it." And home he came. "Are you Ian, the soldier's son?" he asked as he entered the castle. "No, of a surety," answered the youth, who had no wish that this giant should know him either. "But I will wrestle with you as if I were he." Then they seized each other by the shoulder, and the giant threw him on his 2 knees. "You are the stronger," cried Ian, "but I am not beaten yet." And rising to his feet, he threw his arms round the giant. Backwards and forwards they swayed, and first one was uppermost and then the other, but at length Ian worked his leg round the giant's and threw him to the ground. Then he called to the raven, and the raven came flapping towards him and said, "Put your hand under my right wing, and you will find there a knife sharp enough to take off his head." And sharp indeed it was, for with a single blow the giant's head rolled from his body. "Now wash yourself with warm water, and rub yourself over with oil of balsam, and tomorrow you will be as strong as many men. But beware of the words of the knight's daughter, for she is cunning and will try to keep you at her side. So farewell, but first give me a piece of tobacco." "That I will gladly," answered Ian, breaking off a large bit. He washed and rubbed himself that night, as the raven had told him, and the next morning he entered the chamber where the knight's daughter was sitting. "Abide here with me," she said, "and be my husband. There is silver and gold in plenty in the castle." But he took no heed, and went on his way till he reached the castle where the knight's youngest daughter was sewing in the hall, and tears dropped from her eyes onto her thimble. "What brought you here?" asked she, and Ian made answer, "Why may I not go where you can go?" "I was brought hither by a giant." "I know full well," said he. "Are you Ian, the soldier's son?" asked she again, and again he answered, "Yes, I am. But tell me, why are you weeping?" "Tomorrow the giant will return from the hunting hill, and I must marry him," she sobbed, and Ian took no heed, and only said, "How can I bring him home?" "Shake the iron chain that hangs outside the gate." And Ian went out and gave such a pull to the chain that he fell down at full length from the force of the shake. But in a moment he was on his feet again, and seized the chain with so much strength that 4 links came off in his hand. And the giant heard him in the hunting hill, as he was putting the game he had killed into a bag. "In the leeward or the windward, or in the 4 brown boundaries of the sea, there is none who could give my chain a shake save only Ian, the soldier's son. And if he has reached me, then he has left my 2 brothers dead behind me." With that he strode back to the castle, the earth trembling under him as he went. "Are you Ian, the soldier's son?" asked he, and the youth answered, "No, of a surety." "Then who are you, in the leeward or the windward, or in the 4 brown boundaries of the sea, who are able to shake my battle chain? There is only Ian, the soldier's son, who can do this, and he is but now 16 years old." "I will show you who I am when you have wrestled with me," said Ian. And they threw their arms round each other, and the giant forced Ian onto his knees, but in a moment he was up again, and crooking his leg round the shoulders of the giant, he threw him heavily to the ground. "Stumpy black raven, come quick!" cried he, and the raven came and beat the giant about the head with his wings, so that he could not get up. Then he bade Ian take out a sharp knife from under his feathers, which he carried with him for cutting berries, and Ian smote off the giant's head with it. And so sharp was that knife that with one blow the giant's head rolled on the ground. "Rest now this night also," said the raven, "and tomorrow you shall take the knight's 3 daughters to the edge of the rock that leads to the lower world. But take heed to go down first yourself, and let them follow after you, and before I go you shall give me a piece of tobacco." "Take it all," answered Ian, "for well have you earned it." "No, give me but a piece. You know what is behind you, but you have no knowledge of what is before you." And picking up the tobacco in his beak, the raven flew away. So the next morning the knight's youngest daughter loaded asses with all the silver and gold to be found in the castle, and she set out with Ian, the soldier's son, for the house where her second sister was waiting to see what would befall. She also had asses laden with precious things to carry away, and so had the eldest sister when they reached the castle where she had been kept a prisoner. Together they all rode to the edge of the rock, and then Ian lay down and shouted, and the basket was drawn up, and in it they got one by one, and were let down to the bottom. When the last one was gone, Ian should have gone also, and left the 3 sisters to come after him. But he had forgotten the raven's warning, and bade them go first, lest some accident should happen. Only he begged the youngest sister to let him keep the little gold cap, which, like the others, she wore on her head, and then he helped them, each in her turn, into the basket. Long he waited, but wait as he might, the basket never came back, for in their joy at being free the knight's daughters had forgotten all about Ian, and had set sail in the ship that had brought him and his brothers to the land of Grianag. At last he began to understand what had happened to him, and while he was taking counsel with himself what had best be done, the raven came to him. "You did not heed my words," he said gravely. "No, I did not, and therefore am I here," answered Ian, bowing his head. "The past cannot be undone," went on the raven. "He that will not take counsel will take combat. This night you will sleep in the giant's castle. And now you shall give me a piece of tobacco." "I will, but I pray you stay in the castle with me." "That I may not do, but on the morrow I will come." And on the morrow he did, and he bade Ian go to the giant's stable, where stood a horse, to whom it mattered nothing if she journeyed over land or sea. "But be careful," he added, "how you enter the stable, for the door swings without ceasing to and fro, and if it touches you it will cause you to cry out. I will go first and show you the way." "Go," said Ian, and the raven gave a bob and a hop, and thought he was quite safe, but the door slammed on a feather of his tail, and he screamed loudly. Then Ian took a run backwards and a run forwards, and made a spring, but the door caught one of his feet, and he fell fainting on the stable floor. Quickly the raven pounced on him, and picked him up in his beak and claws, and carried him back to the castle, where he laid ointments on his foot till it was as well as ever it was. "Now come out to walk," said the raven, "but take heed that you wonder not at aught you may behold, neither shall you touch anything. And first give me a piece of tobacco." Many strange things did Ian behold in that island, more than he had thought for. In a glen lay 3 heroes, stretched on their backs, done to death by 3 spears that still stuck in their breasts. But he kept his counsel and spake nothing, only he pulled out the spears, and the men sat up and said, "You are Ian the soldier's son, and a spell is laid upon you to travel in our company to the cave of the black fisherman." So together they went till they reached the cave, and one of the men entered to see what should be found there, and he beheld a hag horrible to look upon, seated on a rock, and before he could speak she struck him with her club, and changed him into a stone, and in like manner she dealt with the other 3. At the last Ian entered. "These 3 men are under spells," said the witch, "and alive they can never be till you have anointed them with the water which you must fetch from the island of Big Women. See that you do not tarry." And Ian turned away with a sinking heart, for he would fain have followed the youngest daughter of the knight of Grianag. "You did not obey my counsel," said the raven, hopping towards him, "and so trouble has come upon you. But sleep now, and tomorrow you shall mount the horse which is in the giant's stable, that can gallop over sea and land. When you reach the island of Big Women, 16 boys will come to meet you, and will offer the horse food, and wish to take her saddle and bridle from her. But see that they touch her not, and give her food yourself, and yourself lead her into the stable, and shut the door, and be sure that for every turn of the lock given by the 16 stable lads you give 1. And now you shall break me off a piece of tobacco." The next morning Ian arose, and led the horse from the stable without the door hurting him, and he rode across the sea to the island of the Big Women, where the 16 stable lads met him, and each one offered to take his horse, and to feed her, and to put her into the stable. But Ian only answered, "I myself will put her in, and will see to her." And thus he did, and while he was rubbing her sides, the horse said to him, "Every kind of drink will they offer you, but see you take none, save whey and water only." And so it fell out, and when the 16 stable boys saw that he would drink nothing, they drank it all themselves, and one by one lay stretched around the board. Then Ian felt pleased in his heart that he had withstood their fair words, and he forgot the counsel that the horse had likewise given him, saying, "Beware lest you fall asleep, and let slip the chance of getting home again." For while the lads were sleeping, sweet music reached his ears, and he slept also. When this came to pass, the steed broke through the stable door and kicked him and woke him roughly. "You did not heed my counsel," said she, "and who knows if it is not too late to win over the sea? But first take that sword which hangs on the wall and cut off the heads of the 16 grooms." Filled with shame at being once more proved heedless, Ian arose and did as the horse bade him. Then he ran to the well and poured some of the water into a leather bottle, and jumping on the horse's back rode over the sea to the island where the raven was waiting for him. "Lead the horse into the stable," said the raven, "and lie down yourself to sleep, for tomorrow you must make the heroes to live again, and must slay the hag, and have a care not to be so foolish tomorrow as you were today." "Stay with me for company," begged Ian, but the raven shook his head and flew away. In the morning Ian awoke, and hastened to the cave where the old hag was sitting, and he struck her dead as she was, before she could cast spells on him. Next he sprinkled the water over the heroes, who came to life again, and together they all journeyed to the other side of the island, and there the raven met them. "At last you have followed the counsel that was given you," said the raven, "and now, having learned wisdom, you may go home again to Grianag. There you will find that the knight's 2 eldest daughters are to be wedded this day to your 2 brothers, and the youngest to the chief of the men at the rock. But her gold cap you shall give to me, and if you want it, you have only to think of me, and I will bring it to you. And one more warning I give you. If anyone asks you whence you came, answer that you have come from behind you, and if anyone asks you whither you are going, say that you are going before you." So Ian mounted the horse, and set her face to the sea and her back to the shore, and she was off, away and away till she reached the church of Grianag, and there in a field of grass beside a well of water he leaped down from his saddle. "Now," the horse said to him, "draw your sword and cut off my head." But Ian answered, "Poor thanks would that be for all the help I have had from you. It is the only way that I can free myself from the spells that were laid by the giants on me and the raven, for I was a girl and he was a youth wooing me. So have no fears, but do as I have said." Then Ian drew his sword as she bade him, and cut off her head, and went on his way without looking backwards. As he walked he saw a woman standing at her house door. She asked him whence he had come, and he answered as the raven had told him, that he had come from behind. Next she inquired whither he was going, and this time he made reply that he was going on before him, but that he was thirsty and would like a drink. "You are an impudent fellow," said the woman, "but you shall have a drink," and she gave him some milk, which was all she had till her husband came home. "Where is your husband?" asked Ian, and the woman answered him, "He is at the knight's castle, trying to fashion gold and silver into a cap for the youngest daughter, like unto the caps that her sisters wear, such as are not to be found in all this land. But see, he is returning, and now we shall hear how he has sped." At that the man entered the gate, and beholding a strange youth, he said to him, "What is your trade, boy?" "I am a smith," replied Ian, and the man answered, "Good luck has befallen me then, for you can help me to make a cap for the knight's daughter." "You cannot make that cap, and you know it," said Ian. "Well, I must try," replied the man, "or I shall be hanged on a tree." so it were a good deed to help me." "I will help you if I can," said Ian, "but keep the gold and silver for yourself, and lock me into the smithy to night, and I will work my spells." So the man, wondering to himself, locked him in. As soon as the key was turned in the lock, Ian wished for the raven, and the raven came to him, carrying the cap in his mouth. "Now take my head off," said the raven, but Ian answered, "Poor thanks were that for all the help you have given me." "It is the only thanks you can give me," said the raven, "for I was a youth like yourself before spells were laid on me." Then Ian drew his sword and cut off the head of the raven, and shut his eyes so that he might see nothing. After that he lay down and slept till morning dawned, and the man came and unlocked the door, and shook the sleeper. "Here is the cap," said Ian drowsily, drawing it from under his pillow, and he fell asleep again directly. The sun was high in the heavens when he woke again, and this time he beheld a tall, brown-haired youth standing by him. "I am the raven," said the youth, "and the spells are broken. But now get up and come with me." Then they two went together to the place where Ian had left the dead horse, but no horse was there now, only a beautiful maiden. "I am the horse," she said, "and the spells are broken." And she and the youth went away together. In the meantime the smith had carried the cap to the castle, and bade a servant belonging to the knight's youngest daughter bear it to her mistress. But when the girl's eyes fell on it, she cried out, "He speaks false, and if he does not bring me the man who really made the cap, I will hang him on the tree beside my window." The servant was filled with fear at her words, and hastened and told the smith, who ran as fast as he could to seek for Ian. And when he found him and brought him into the castle, the girl was first struck dumb with joy. Then she declared that she would marry nobody else. At this some one fetched to her the Knight of Grianag, and when Ian had told his tale he vowed that the maiden was right, and that his elder daughters should never wed with men who had not only taken glory to themselves which did not belong to them, but had left the real doer of the deeds to his fate. And the wedding guests said that the knight had spoken well, and the two elder brothers were fain to leave the country, for no one would converse with them. End of Ian, the Soldier's Son. Recording by Jadapi. www.publicdomainaudiobooks.blogspot.com.
Chapter 6 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen Costa. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Fox and the Wolf, from Tales of the West Highlands. At the foot of some high mountains there was, once upon a time, a small village, and a little way off 2 roads met, one of them going to the east and the other to the west. The villagers were quiet, hard-working folk who toiled in the fields all day, and in the evening set out for home when the bell began to ring in the little church. In the summer mornings they led out their flocks to pasture, and were happy and contented from sunrise to sunset. One summer night, when a round full moon shone down upon the white road, a great wolf came trotting round the corner. "I positively must get a good meal before I go back to my den," he said to himself. "It is nearly a week since I have tasted anything but scraps, though perhaps no one would think it to look at my figure. Of course there are plenty of rabbits and hares in the mountains, but indeed one needs to be a greyhound to catch them, and I am not so young as I was. If I could only dine off that fox I saw a fortnight ago, curled up into a delicious hairy ball, I should ask nothing better. I would have eaten her then, but unluckily her husband was lying beside her, and one knows that foxes, great and small, run like the wind. Really, it seemed as if there was not a living creature left for me to prey upon but a wolf, and, as the proverb says, one wolf does not bite another. However, let us see what this village can produce. I am as hungry as a schoolmaster." Now, while these thoughts were running through the mind of the wolf, the very fox he had been thinking of was galloping along the other road. "The whole of this day I have listened to those village hens clucking till I could bear it no longer," murmured she as she bounded along, hardly seeming to touch the ground. "When you are fond of fowls and eggs, it is the sweetest of all music. As sure as there is a sun in heaven, I will have some of them this night, for I have grown so thin that my very bones rattle, and my poor babies are crying for food." And as she spoke, she reached a little plot of grass where the two roads joined, and flung herself under a tree to take a little rest, and to settle her plans. At this moment the wolf came up. At the sight of the fox lying within his grasp, his mouth began to water, but his joy was somewhat checked when he noticed how thin she was. The fox's quick ears heard the sound of his paws, though they were soft as velvet, and turning her head, she said politely, "Is that you, neighbour? What a strange place to meet in. I hope you are quite well." "Quite well as regards my health," answered the wolf, whose eyes glistened greedily, "at least as well as one can be when one is very hungry. But what is the matter with you? A fortnight ago you were as plump as heart could wish." "I have been ill, very ill," replied the fox, "and what you say is quite true. A worm is fat in comparison with me."
"He is? Still you are good enough for me, for to the hungry no bread is hard."
"Oh, you are always joking. I'm sure you are not half as hungry as I."
"That we shall soon see," cried the wolf, opening his huge mouth and crouching for a spring.
"What are you doing?" exclaimed the fox, stepping backwards.
"What am I doing? What I am going to do is make my supper of you, in less time than a cock takes to crow."
"Well, I suppose you must have your joke," answered the fox lightly, but never removing her eye from the wolf, who replied with a snarl which showed all his teeth.
"I don't want to joke, but to eat."
"But surely a person of your talents must perceive that you might eat me to the very last morsel, and never know that you had swallowed anything at all."
"In this world the cleverest people are always the hungriest," replied the wolf.
"Ah, how true that is, but—"
"I can't stop to listen to your buts and yets," broke in the wolf rudely. "Let us get to the point, and the point is that I want to eat you and not talk to you."
"Have you no pity for a poor mother?" asked the fox, putting her tail to her eyes, but peeping slyly out of them all the same.
"I am dying of hunger," answered the wolf doggedly, "and you know," he added with a grin, "that charity begins at home."
"Quite so," replied the fox. "It would be unreasonable of me to object to your satisfying your appetite at my expense. But if the fox resigns herself to the sacrifice, the mother offers you one last request."
"Then be quick and don't waste my time, for I can't wait much longer. What is it you want?"
"You must know," said the fox, "that in this village there is a rich man who makes in the summer enough cheeses to last him for the whole year, and keeps them in an old well, now dry, in his courtyard. By the well hang 2 buckets on a pole that were used in former days to draw up water. For many nights I have crept down to the palace, and have lowered myself in the bucket, bringing home with me enough cheese to feed the children. All I beg of you is to come with me, and instead of hunting chickens and such things, I will make a good meal of cheese before I die."
"But the cheeses may be all finished by now."
"If you were only to see the quantities of them," laughed the fox. "And even if they were finished, there would always be me to eat."
"Well, I will come. Lead the way, but I warn you that if you try to escape or play any tricks, you are reckoning without your host. That is to say, without my legs, which are as long as yours."
All was silent in the village, and not a light was to be seen but that of the moon, which shone bright and clear in the sky. The wolf and the fox crept softly along, when suddenly they stopped and looked at each other. A savoury smell of frying bacon reached their noses, and reached the noses of the sleeping dogs, who began to bark greedily.
"Is it safe to go on, think you?"
asked the wolf in a whisper, and the fox shook her head. "Not while the dogs are barking," said she. "Someone might come out and see if anything is the matter." And she signed to the wolf to curl himself up in the shadow beside her. In about half an hour the dogs grew tired of barking, or perhaps the bacon was eaten up and there was no smell to excite them. Then the wolf and the fox jumped up and hastened to the foot of the wall. "I am lighter than he is," thought the fox to herself, "and perhaps if I make haste I can get a start and jump over the wall on the other side before he manages to spring over this one." And she quickened her pace. But if the wolf could not run, he could jump, and with one bound he was beside his companion. "What were you going to do, comrade?" "Oh, nothing," replied the fox, much vexed at the failure of her plan. "I think if I were to take a bit out of your haunch you would jump better," said the wolf, giving a snap at her as he spoke. The fox drew back uneasily. "Be careful, or I shall scream," she snarled, and the wolf, understanding all that might happen if the fox carried out her threat, gave a signal to his companion to leap on the wall, where he immediately followed her. Once on the top they crouched down and looked about them. Not a creature was to be seen in the courtyard, and in the furthest corner from the house stood the well, with its 2 buckets suspended from a pole, just as the fox had described it. The 2 thieves dragged themselves noiselessly along the wall until they were opposite the well, and by stretching out her neck as far as it would go, the fox was able to make out that there was only very little water in the bottom, but just enough to reflect the moon, big and round and yellow. "How lucky!" cried she to the wolf. "There was a huge cheese about the size of a mill-wheel. Look, look! Did you ever see anything so beautiful?" "Never," answered the wolf, peering over in his turn, his eye glistening greedily, for he imagined that the moon's reflection in the water was really a cheese. "And now, unbeliever, what have you to say?" And the fox laughed gently. "That you are a woman, I mean a fox, of your word," replied the wolf. "Well, then, go down in that bucket and eat your fill," said the fox. "Oh, is that your game?" asked the wolf with a grin. "No, no. The person who goes down in this bucket will be you, and if you don't go down, your head will go without you." "Of course I will go down, and with the greatest pleasure," answered the fox, who had expected the wolf's reply. "And be sure you don't eat all the cheese, or it will be worse for you," continued the wolf. But the fox looked up at him with tears in her eyes. "Farewell, suspicious one," she said sadly, and climbed into the bucket. In an instant she had reached the bottom of the well, and found that the water was not deep enough to cover her legs. "Why, it is larger and richer than I thought!" cried she, turning towards the wolf, who was leaning over the wall of the well. "Then be quick and bring it up," commanded the wolf. "How can I when it weighs more than I do?" asked the fox. "If it is so heavy, bring it in 2 bits, of course," said he. "But I have no knife," answered the fox. "You will have to come down yourself, and we will carry it up between us." "And how am I to come down?" inquired the wolf. "Oh, you are really very stupid. Get into the other bucket that is nearly over your head." The wolf looked up and saw the bucket hanging there, and with some difficulty he climbed into it. As he weighed at least 4 times as much as the fox, the bucket went down with a jerk, and the other bucket, in which the fox was seated, came to the surface. As soon as he understood what was happening, the wolf began to speak like an angry wolf, but was a little comforted when he remembered that the cheese still remained to him. "But where is the cheese?" he asked of the fox, who in her turn was leaning over the parapet, watching his proceedings with a smile. "The cheese?" answered the fox. "Why, I am taking it home to my babies, who are too young to get food for themselves." "Ah, traitor!" cried the wolf, howling with rage. But the fox was not there to hear the insult, for she had gone off to a neighboring fowl house, where she had noticed some fat young chickens the day before. "Perhaps I did treat him rather badly," she said to herself, "but it seems getting cloudy, and if there should be heavy rain, the other bucket will fill and sink to the bottom, and his will go up. At least it may." End of Chapter 6. The Fox and the Wolf, from Tales of the West Highlands. Read by Kathleen Costa.
Chapter 7 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. How Ian de Reach Got the Blue Falcon. Long ago, a king and queen ruled over the islands of the west, and they had one son, whom they loved dearly. The boy grew up to be tall and strong and handsome, and he could run and shoot and swim and dive better than any lad of his own age in the country. Besides, he knew how to sail about and sing songs to the harp, and during the winter evenings, when everyone was gathered round the huge hall fire shaping bows or weaving cloth, Ian Direach would tell them tales of the deeds of his fathers. So the time slipped by till Ian was almost a man, as they reckoned men in those days, and then his mother, the queen, died. There was great mourning throughout all the isles, and the boy and his father mourned her bitterly also. But before the new year came, the king had married another wife, and seemed to have forgotten his old one. Only Ian remembered. On a morning when the leaves were yellow in the trees of the glen, Ian slung his bow over his shoulder, and, filling his quiver with arrows, went on to the hill in search of game. But not a bird was to be seen anywhere, till at length a blue falcon flew past him, and, raising his bow, he took aim at her. His eye was straight and his hand steady, but the falcon's flight was swift, and he only shot a feather from her wing. As the sun was now low over the sea, he put the feather in his game bag and set out homewards. "Have you brought me much game to-day?" asked his stepmother as he entered the hall. "Naught save this," he answered, handing her the feather of the blue falcon, which she held by the tip and gazed at silently. Then she turned to Ian and said: "I am setting it on you as crosses and as spells, and as the fall of the year, that you may always be cold and wet and dirty, and that your shoes may ever have pools in them, till you bring me hither the blue falcon on which that feather grew." "If it is spells you are laying, I can lay them too," answered Ian Direach, "and you shall stand with one foot on the great house and another on the castle till I come back again, and your face shall be to the wind, from wheresoever it shall blow." Then he went away to seek the bird, as his stepmother bade him, and, looking homewards from the hill, he saw the queen standing with one foot on the great house and the other on the castle, and her face turned towards whatever tempest should blow. On he journeyed over hills and through rivers till he reached a wide plain, and never a glimpse did he catch of the falcon. Darker and darker it grew, and the small birds were seeking their nests, and at length Ian Direach could see no more, and he lay down under some bushes and sleep came to him. And in his dream a soft nose touched him, and a warm body curled up beside him, and a low voice whispered to him: "Fortune is against you, Ian Direach. I have but the cheek and the hoof of a sheep to give you, and with these you must be content." With that Ian Direach awoke, and beheld Gilly Mertine, the fox. Between them they kindled a fire and ate their supper. Then Gilly Mertine, the fox, bade Ian Direach lie down as before, and sleep till morning. And in the morning when he awoke, Gilly Mertine said: "The falcon that you seek is in the keeping of the giant of the 5 heads and the 5 necks and the 5 humps. I will show you the way to his house, and I counsel you to do his bidding nimbly and cheerfully, and above all to treat his birds kindly, for in this manner he may give you his falcon to feed and care for. And when this happens, wait till the giant is out of his house, then throw a cloth over the falcon and bear her away with you. Only see that not one of her feathers touches anything within the house, or evil will befall you." "I thank you for your counsel," spake Ian Direach, "and I will be careful to follow it." Then he took the path to the giant's house. "Who is there?" cried the giant, as someone knocked loudly on the door of his house. "One who seeks work as a servant," answered Ian Direach. "And what can you do?" asked the giant again. "I can feed birds and tend pigs. I can feed and milk a cow, and also goats and sheep if you have any of these," replied Ian Direach. "Then enter, for I have great need of such a one," said the giant. So Ian Direach entered, and tended so well and carefully all the birds and beasts that the giant was better satisfied than ever he had been, and at length he thought that he might even be trusted to feed the falcon. And the heart of Ian was glad, and he tended the blue falcon till his feathers shone like the sky, and the giant was well pleased, and one day he said to him: "For long my brothers on the other side of the mountain have besought me to visit them, but never could I go for fear of my falcon. Now I think I can leave her with you for one day, and before nightfall I shall be back again." Scarcely was the giant out of sight next morning when Ian Direach seized the falcon, and throwing a cloth over her head hastened with her to the door. But the rays of the sun pierced through the thickness of the cloth, and as they passed the doorpost she gave a spring, and the tip of one of her feathers touched the post, which gave a scream and brought the giant back in 3 strides. Ian Direach trembled as he saw him, but the giant only said: "If you wish for my falcon, you must first bring me the white sword of light that is in the house of the big women of Uri." "And where do they live?" asked Ian. But the giant answered: "Ah, that is for you to discover." And Ian dared say no more, and hastened down to the waste. There, as he hoped, he met his friend Gille Mairtean the fox, who bade him eat his supper and lie down to sleep. And when he had wakened next morning, the fox said to him: "Let us go down to the shore of the sea." And to the shore of the sea they went. And after they had reached the shore, and beheld the sea stretching before them, and the isle of Ura in the midst of it, the soul of Ian sank, and he turned to Gille Mairtean and asked him why he had brought him thither, for the giant, when he had sent him, had known full well that without a boat he could never find the big women. "Do not be cast down," answered the fox. "It is quite easy. I will change myself into a boat, and you shall go on board me, and I will carry you over the sea to the 7 big women of Uri. Tell them that you are skilled in brightening silver and gold, and in the end they will take you as servant, and if you are careful to please them, they will give you the white sword of light to make bright and shining. But when you seek to steal it, take heed that its sheath touches nothing inside the house, or ill will befall you." So Ian Direach did all things as the fox had told him, and the 7 big women of Uri took him for their servant, and for 6 weeks he worked so hard that his 7 mistresses said to each other: "Never has a servant had the skill to make all bright and shining like this one. Let us give him the white sword of light to polish like the rest." Then they brought forth the white sword of light from the iron closet where it hung, and bade him rub it till he could see his face in the shining blade, and he did so. But one day, when the 7 big women were out of the way, he bethought him that the moment had come for him to carry off the sword, and, replacing it in its sheath, he hoisted it on his shoulder. But just as he was passing through the door, the tip of the sheath touched it, and the door gave a loud shriek. And the big women heard it, and came running back, and took the sword from him, and said: "If it is our sword you want, you must first bring us the bay colt of the king of Erin." Humbled and ashamed, Ian Direach left the house, and sat by the side of the sea, and soon Gille Mairtean the fox came to him. "Plainly I see that you have taken no heed to my words, Ian Direach," spoke the fox. "But eat first, and yet once more I will help you." At these words the heart returned again to Ian Direach, and he gathered sticks and made a fire and ate with Gille Mairtean the fox, and slept on the sand. At dawn next morning Gille Mairtean said to Ian Direach: "I will change myself into a ship, and will bear you across the seas to Erin, to the land where dwells the king. And you shall offer yourself to serve in his stable and to tend his horses, till at length so well content is he that he gives you the bay colt to wash and brush. But when you run away with her, see that naught except the soles of her hoofs touch anything within the palace gates, or it will go ill with you." After he had thus counselled Ian Direach, the fox changed himself into a ship and set sail for Erin. And the king of that country gave into Ian Direach's hands the care of his horses, and never before did their skins shine so brightly or was their pace so swift. And the king was well pleased, and at the end of a month he sent for Ian and said to him: "You have given me faithful service. And now I will entrust you with the most precious thing that my kingdom holds." And when he had spoken he led Ian Direach to the stable where stood the bay colt. And Ian rubbed her and fed her, and galloped with her all round the country, till he could leave one wind behind him and catch the other which was in front. "I am going away to hunt," said the king one morning while he was watching Ian tend the bay colt in her stable. "The deer have come down from the hill, and it is time for me to give them chase." Then he went away, and when he was no longer in sight, Ian Direach led the bay colt out of the stable and sprang on her back. But as they rode through the gate, which stood between the palace and the outer world, the colt swished her tail against the post, which shrieked loudly. In a moment the king came running up, and he seized the colt's bridle. "If you want my bay colt, you must first bring me the daughter of the king of the Franks." With slow steps went Ian Direach down to the shore, where Gille Mairtean the fox awaited him. "Plainly I see that you have not done as I bid you, nor will you ever do it," spoke Gille Mairtean the fox. "But I will help you yet again. For a third time I will change myself into a ship, and we will sail to France." And to France they sailed, and as he was the ship, the Gille Mairtean sailed where he would, and ran himself into the cleft of a rock high unto the land. Then he commanded Ian Direach to go up to the king's palace, saying that he had been wrecked, that his ship was made fast in a rock, and that none had been saved but himself only. Ian Direach listened to the words of the fox, and he told a tale so pitiful that the king and queen and the princess their daughter all came out to hear it. And when they had heard, naught would please them except to go down to the shore and visit the ship, which by now was floating, for the tide was up. Torn and battered was she, as if she had passed through many dangers, yet music of a wondrous sweetness poured forth from within. "Bring hither a boat," cried the princess, "that I may go and see for myself the harp that gives forth such music." And a boat was brought, and Ian Direach stepped in to row it to the side of the ship. To the further side he rowed, so that none could see, and when he helped the princess on board he gave a push to the boat, so that she could not get back to it again. And the music sounded always sweeter, though they could never see whence it came, and sought it from one part of the vessel to another. When at last they reached the deck and looked around them, naught of land could they see, or anything save the rushing waters. The princess stood silent, and her face grew grim. At last she said, "An ill trick you have played me! What is this that you have done, and whither are we going?" "It is a queen you will be," answered Ian Direach, "for the king of Erin has sent me for you, and in return he will give me his bay colt, that I may take him to the 7 big women of Uri in exchange for the white sword of light. This I must carry to the giant of the 5 heads and 5 necks and 5 humps, and in place of it he will bestow on me the blue falcon, which I have promised my stepmother, so that she may free me from the spell which she has laid on me." "I would rather be wife to you," answered the princess. By and by the ship sailed into a harbour on the coast of Erin, and cast anchor there. And Gille Mairtean the fox bade Ian Direach tell the princess that she must bide yet a while in a cave amongst the rocks, for they had business on land, and after a while they would return to her. Then they took a boat and rowed up to some rocks, and as they touched the land Gille Mairtean changed himself into a fair woman, who laughed and said to Ian Direach, "I will give the king a fine wife." Now the king of Erin had been hunting on the hill, and when he saw a strange ship sailing towards the harbour he guessed that it might be Ian Direach, and left his hunting and ran down to the hill to the stable. Hastily he led the bay colt from his stall, and put the golden saddle on her back and the silver bridle over his head, and with the colt's bridle in his hand he hurried to meet the princess. "I have brought you the king of France's daughter," said Ian Direach. And the king of Erin looked at the maiden and was well pleased, not knowing that it was Gille Mairtean the fox. And he bowed low and besought her to do him the honour to enter the palace, and Gille Mairtean, as he went in, turned to look back at Ian Direach and laughed. In the great hall the king paused and pointed to an iron chest which stood in a corner. "In that chest is the crown that has waited for you for many years," he said, "and at last you have come for it. and he stooped down to unlock the box. In an instant Gille Mairtean the fox had sprung on his back and gave him such a bite that he fell down unconscious. Quickly the fox took his own shape again and galloped away to the seashore, where Ian Direach and the princess and the bay colt awaited him. "I will become a ship," cried Gille Mairtean, "and you shall go on board me." And so he did, and Ian Direach let the bay colt onto the ship, and the princess went after them, and they set sail for Uri. The wind was behind them, and very soon they saw the rocks of Uri in front. Then spoke Gille Mairtean the fox: "Let the bay colt and the king's daughter hide in these rocks, and I will change myself into the colt and go with you to the house of the 7 big women." Joy filled the hearts of the big women when they beheld the bay colt led up to their door by Ian Direach, and the youngest of them fetched the white sword of light and gave it into the hands of Ian Direach, who took off the golden saddle and the silver bridle and went down the hill with the sword to the place where the princess and the real colt awaited him. "Now we shall have the ride that we have longed for," cried the 7 big women, and they saddled and bridled the colt, and the eldest one got upon the saddle. Then the second sister sat on the back of the first, and the third on the back of the second, and so on for the whole 7. And when they were all seated, the eldest struck her side with a whip, and the colt bounded forward. Over the moors she flew, and round the mountains, and still the big women clung to her and snorted with pleasure. At last she leapt high in the air, and came down on top of Monai, the high hill where the crag is. And she rested her forefeet on the crag, and threw up her hind legs, and the 7 big women fell over the crag, and were dead when they reached the bottom. And the colt laughed, and became a fox again, and galloped away to the seashore, where Ian Direach and the princess and the real colt and the white sword of light were awaiting him. "I will make myself into a ship," said Gille Mairtean the fox, "and will carry you and the princess and the bay colt and the white sword of light back to the land." And when the shore was reached, Gille Mairtean the fox took back his own shape and spoke to Ian Direach in this wise: "Let the princess and the white sword of light and the bay colt remain among the rocks, and I will change myself into the likeness of the white sword of light, and you shall bear me to the giant, and instead he will give you the blue falcon." And Ian Direach did as the fox bade him, and set out for the giant's castle. From afar the giant beheld the blaze of the white sword of light, and his heart rejoiced, and he took the blue falcon and put it in a basket and gave it to Ian Direach, who bore it swiftly away to the place where the princess and the bay colt and the real sword of light were awaiting him. So well content was the giant to possess the sword he had coveted for many a year, that he began at once to whirl it through the air and to cut and slash with it. For a little while Gille Mairtean let the giant play with him in this manner, then he turned in the giant's hand and cut through the 5 necks, so that the 5 heads rolled on the ground. Afterwards he went back to Ian Direach and said to him: "Saddle the colt with the golden saddle, and bridle her with a silver bridle, and sling the basket with the falcon over your shoulders, and hold the white sword of light with its back against your nose. Then mount the colt, and let the princess mount behind you, and ride thus to your father's palace. But see that the back of the sword is ever against your nose, else when your stepmother beholds you, she will change you into a dry faggot. If, however, you do as I bid you, she will become herself a bundle of sticks." Ian Direach hearkened to the words of Gille Mairtean, and his stepmother fell as a bundle of sticks before him, and he set fire to her and was free from her spells for ever. After that he married the princess, who was the best wife in all the islands of the west. Henceforth he was safe from harm, for had he not the bay colt who could leave one wind behind her and catch the other wind, and the blue falcon to bring him game to eat, and the white sword of light to pierce through his foes? And Ian Direach knew that all this he owed to Gille Mairtean the fox, and he made a compact with him that he might choose any beast out of his herds whenever hunger seized him, and that henceforth no arrow should be let fly at him or at any of his race. But Gille Mairtean the fox would take no reward for the help he had given to Ian Direach, only his friendship. Thus all things prospered with Ian Direach till he died. From Tales of the West Highlands. End of How Ian Direach Got the Blue Falcon. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Chapter 8 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Van William. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Ugly Duckling. It was summer in the land of Denmark, and though for most of the year the country looks flat and ugly, it was beautiful now. The wheat was yellow, the oats were green, the hay was dry and delicious to roll in, and from the old ruined house which nobody lived in, down to the edge of the canal, was a forest of great burdocks, so tall that a whole family of children might have dwelt in them and never have been found out. It was under these burdocks that a duck had built herself a warm nest, and was not sitting all day on 6 pretty eggs. 5 of them were white, but the 6th, which was larger than the others, was of an ugly grey colour. The duck was always puzzled about that egg, and how it came to be so different from the rest. Other birds might have thought that when the duck went down in the morning and evening to the water to stretch her legs in a good swim, some lazy mother might have been on the watch, and have popped her egg into the nest. But ducks are not clever at all, and are not quick at counting. So this duck did not worry herself about the matter, but just took care that the big egg should be as warm as the rest. This was the first set of eggs that the duck had ever laid, and to begin with she was very pleased and proud, and laughed at the other mothers who were always neglecting their duties to gossip with each other, or to take little extra swims besides the 2 in the morning and evening that were necessary for health. But at length she grew tired of sitting there all day. "Surely eggs take longer hatching than they did," she said to herself, and she pined for a little amusement also. Still she knew that if she left her eggs and the ducklings in them to die, none of her friends would ever speak to her again. So there she stayed, only getting of the eggs several times a day to see if the shells were cracking, which may have been the very reason why they did not crack sooner. She had looked at the eggs at least 150 times, when, to her joy, she saw a tiny crack on 2 of them, and scrambling back to the nest, she drew the eggs closer the one to the other, and never moved for the whole of that day. Next morning she was rewarded by noticing cracks in the whole 5 eggs, and by midday 2 little yellow heads were poking out from the shells. This encouraged her so much that, after breaking the shells with her bill so that the little creatures could get free of them, she sat steadily for a whole night upon the nest, and before the sun arose the 5 white eggs were empty, and 10 pairs of eyes were gazing out upon the green world. Now the duck had been carefully brought up, and did not like dirt, and besides, broken shells are not at all comfortable things to sit or walk upon. So she pushed the rest out over the side, and felt delighted to have some company to talk to, till the big egg hatched. But day after day went on, and the big egg showed no signs of cracking, and the duck grew more and more impatient, and began to wish to consult her husband, who never came. "I can't think what is the matter with it," the duck grumbled to her neighbour, who had called in to pay her a visit. "Why, I could have hatched 2 broods in the time that this one has taken." "Let me look at it," said the old neighbour. "Ah, I thought so. It is a turkey's egg. Once, when I was young, they tricked me to sitting on a brood of turkey's eggs myself, and when they were hatched, the creatures were so stupid that nothing would make them learn to swim. I have no patience when I think of it." "Well, I will give it another chance," sighed the duck, "and if it does not come out of its shell in another 24 hours, I will just leave it alone, and teach the rest of them to swim properly, and to find their own food. I really can't be expected to do 2 things at once." And with a fluff of her feathers she pushed the egg into the middle of the nest. All through the next day she sat on, giving up even her morning bath, for fear that a blast of cold might strike the big egg. In the evening, when she ventured to peep, she thought she saw a tiny crack in the upper part of the shell. Filled with hope, she went back to her duties, though she could hardly sleep all night for excitement. When she woke with the first streaks of light, she felt something stirring under her. Yes, there it was at last, and as she moved, a big awkward bird tumbled head foremost on the ground. And there was no denying it was ugly. Even the mother was forced to admit that to herself, though she only said it was large and strong. "You won't need any teaching when you are once in the water," she told him, with a glance of surprise at the dull brown which covered his back, and at his long naked neck. And indeed he did not, though he was not half so pretty to look at as the little yellow bulls that followed her. When they returned, they found the old neighbour on the bank waiting for them to take them into the duck-yard. "No, it is not a young turkey, certainly," whispered she in confidence to the mother, "for though it is lean and skinny, and has no colour to speak of, yet there is something rather distinguished about it, and it holds its head up well." "It is very kind of you to say so," answered the mother, who by this time had some secret doubts of its loveliness. "Of course, when you see it by itself, it is all right, though it is different somehow from the others. But one cannot expect all one's children to be beautiful." By this time they had reached the centre of the yard, where a very old duck was sitting, who was treated with great respect by all the fowls present. "You must go up and bow low before her," whispered the mother to her children, nodding her head in the direction of the old lady, "and keep your legs well apart, as you see me do. No well-bred duckling turns in its toes. It is a sign of common parents." The little ducks tried hard to make their small fat bodies copy the movements of their mother, and the old lady was quite pleased with them. But the rest of the ducks looked on discontentedly, and said to each other, "Oh dear me, here are ever so many more. The yard is full already, and did you ever see anything quite as ugly as that great tall creature? He's a disgrace to any brood. I shall go and chase him out." So saying, she put up her feathers, and running to the big duckling, bit its neck. The duckling gave a loud quack. It was the first time he had felt any pain, and at the sound his mother turned quickly. "Leave him alone," she said fiercely, "or I will send for his father. He was not troubling you." "No, but he's so ugly and awkward, no one can put up with him," answered the stranger. And though the duckling did not understand the meaning of the words, he felt he was being blamed, and became more uncomfortable still when the old Spanish duck, who ruled the fowl-yard, struck in. "It certainly is a great pity he's so different from these beautiful darlings. If he could only be hatched over again." The poor little fellow drooped his head, and did not know where to look, but was comforted when his mother answered, "He may not be quite as handsome as the others, but he swims better and is very strong. I'm sure he will make his way in the world as well as anybody." "Well, you must feel quite at home here," said the old duck, waddling off. And so they did, all except the duckling, who was snapped at by every one when they thought his mother was not looking. Even the turkey-cock, who was so big, never passed him without mocking words, and his brothers and sisters, who would not have noticed any difference unless it had been put into their heads, soon became as rude and unkind as the rest. At last he could bear it no longer, and one day he fancied he saw signs of his mother turning against him too. So that night, when the ducks and hens were still asleep, he stole away through an open door, and under cover of the burdock leaves scrambled on by the bank of the canal till he reached the wide grassy moor, full of soft marshy places where the reeds grew. Here he lay down, but he was too tired and too frightened to fall asleep, and with the earliest peep of the sun the reeds began to rustle, and he saw that he had blundered into a colony of wild ducks. But as he could not run away again, he stood up and bowed politely. "You are ugly," said the wild ducks, when they had looked him well over. "But, however, it is no business of ours, unless you wish to marry one of our daughters, and that we should not allow." And the duckling answered that he had no idea of marrying anybody, and wanted nothing but to be left alone after his long journey. So for 2 whole days he lay quietly among the reeds, eating such food as he could find, and drinking the water of the moorland pool, till he felt himself quite strong again. He wished he might stay where he was forever. He was so comfortable and happy, away from every one, with nobody to bite him and tell him how ugly he was. He was thinking these thoughts when 2 young ganders caught sight of him, as they were having their evening splash among the reeds, looking for their supper. "We are getting tired of this moor," they said, "and tomorrow we think of trying another, where the lakes are larger and the feeding better. Will you come with us?" "Is it nicer than this?" asked the duckling doubtfully. The words were hardly out of his mouth when piff-pah, and the 2 newcomers were stretched dead beside him. At the sound of the gun the wild ducks in the rushes flew into the air, and for a few minutes the firing continued. Luckily for himself, the duckling could not fly, and he floundered along through the water till he could hide himself amidst some tall ferns which grew in a hollow. But before he got there, he met a huge creature on 4 legs, which he afterwards knew to be a dog, who stood and gazed at him with a long red tongue hanging out of his mouth. The duckling grew cold with terror, and tried to hide his head beneath his little wings, but the dog snuffed at him and passed on, and he was able to reach his place of shelter. "I am too ugly even for a dog to eat," said he to himself. "Well, that is a great mercy." And he curled himself up in the soft grass till the shots died away in the distance. When all had been quiet for a long time, and there were only stars to see him, he crept out and looked about him. He would never go near a pool again, never, thought he, and seeing that the moor stretched far away in the opposite direction from which he had come, he marched bravely on till he got to a small cottage, which seemed too tumbled down for the stones to hold together many hours longer. Even the door only hung upon 1 hinge, and as the only light in the room sprang from a tiny fire, the duckling edged himself cautiously in, and lay down under a chair close to the broken door, from which he could get out if necessary. But no one seemed to see him or smell him, so he spent the rest of the night in peace. Now, in the cottage dwelt an old woman, her cat, and a hen, and it was really they, and not she, who were masters of the house. The old woman, who passed all her days in spinning yarn, which she sold at the nearest town, loved both the cat and the hen as her own children, and never contradicted them in any way. So it was their grace, and not hers, that the duckling would have to gain. It was only next morning, when it grew light, that they noticed their visitor, who stood trembling before them, with his eyes on the door ready to escape at any moment. They did not, however, appear very fierce, and the duckling became less afraid as they approached him. "Can you lay eggs?" asked the hen, and the duckling answered meekly, "No, I don't know how." Upon which the hen turned her back, and the cat came forward. "Can you ruffle your fur when you are angry, or purr when you are pleased?" said she. and again the duckling had to admit that he could do nothing but swim, which did not seem of much use to anybody. So the cat and the hen went straight off to the old woman, who was still in bed. "Such a useless creature has taken refuge here," they said. "It calls itself a duckling, but it can neither lay eggs nor purr. What had we better do with it?" "Keep it, to be sure," replied the old woman briskly. "It is all nonsense about it not laying eggs. Anyway, we will let it stay here for a bit and see what happens." So the duckling remained for 3 weeks and shared the food of the cat and the hen, but nothing in the way of eggs happened at all. Then the sun came out, and the air grew soft, and the duckling grew tired of being in a hut, and wanted with all his might to have a swim. And one morning he got so restless that even his friends noticed it. "What is the matter?" asked the hen, and the duckling told her. "I am so longing for the water again. You can't think how delicious it is to put your head under the water and dive straight to the bottom." "I don't think I should enjoy it," replied the hen doubtfully. "And I don't think the cat would like it either." And the cat, when asked, agreed there was nothing she would hate so much. "I can't stay here any longer. I must get to the water," repeated the duck. And the cat and the hen, who felt hurt and offended, answered shortly, "Very well then, go." The duckling would have liked to say good-bye and thank them for their kindness, as he was polite by nature, but they had both turned their backs on him, so he went out of the rickety door feeling rather sad. But in spite of himself, he could not help a thrill of joy when he was out in the air and water once more, and cared little for the rude glances of the creatures he met. For a while he was quite happy and content, but soon the winter came on, and snow began to fall, and everything to grow very wet and uncomfortable, and the duckling soon found that it is one thing to enjoy being in the water, and quite another to like being damp on land. The sun was setting one day, like a great scarlet globe, and the river, to the duckling's vast bewilderment, was getting hard and slippery, when he heard the sound of whirring wings, and high up in the air a flock of swans were flying. They were as white as snow which had fallen during the night, and their long necks with yellow bills were stretched southwards, for they were going, they did not quite know whither, but to a land where the sun shone all day. Oh, if he only could have gone with them! That was not possible, of course, and besides, what sort of companion could an ugly thing like him be to those beautiful beings? So he walked sadly down to a sheltered pool, and dived to the very bottom, and tried to think it was the greatest happiness he could dream of. But all the same, he knew it wasn't. And every morning it grew colder and colder, and the duckling had hard work to keep himself warm. Indeed, it would be truer to say that he never was warm at all, and at last, after one bitter night, his legs moved so slowly that the ice crept closer and closer, and when the morning light broke, he was caught fast as in a trap, and soon his senses went from him. A few hours more, and the poor duckling's life had been ended, but by good fortune a man was crossing the river on his way to his work, and saw in a moment what had happened. He had on thick wooden shoes, and he went and stamped so hard on the ice that it broke, and then he picked up the duckling and tucked him under his sheepskin coat, where his frozen bones began to thaw a little. Instead of going on his work, the man turned back and took the bird to his children, who gave him a warm mess to eat and put him in a box by the fire, and when they came back from school he was much more comfortable than he had been since he had left the old woman's cottage. They were kind little children, and wanted to play with him. But alas, the poor fellow had never played in his life, and thought they wanted to tease him, and flew straight into the milk pan, and then into the butter dish, and from that into the meal barrel, and at last, terrified at the noise and confusion, right out of the door, and hid himself in the snow amongst the bushes at the back of the house. He never could tell afterwards exactly how he had spent the rest of the winter. He only knew that he was very miserable, and that he had never had enough to eat. But by and by things grew better. The earth became softer, the sun hotter, the birds sang, and the flowers once more appeared in the grass. When he stood up, he felt different somehow from what he had done before he fell asleep among the reeds, to which he had wandered after he had escaped from the peasant's hut. His body seemed larger, and his wings stronger. Something pink looked at him from the side of a hill. He thought he would fly towards it and see what it was. Oh, how glorious it felt to be rushing through the air, wheeling first one way and then the other. He had never thought that flying could be like that. The duckling was almost sorry when he drew near the pink cloud, and found it was made up of apple blossoms growing beside a cottage, whose garden ran down to the banks of the canal. He fluttered slowly to the ground, and paused for a few minutes under a thicket of syringas, and while he was gazing about him, there walked slowly past a flock of the same beautiful birds he had seen so many months ago. Fascinated, he watched them one by one step into the canal, and float quietly upon the waters, as if they were part of them. "I will follow them," said the duckling to himself. "Ugly though I am, I would rather be killed by them than suffer all I have suffered from cold and hunger, and from the ducks and fowls who should have treated me kindly." And flying quickly down to the water, he swam after them as fast as he could. It did not take him long to reach them, for they had stopped to rest in a green pool, shaded by a tree whose branches swept the water. And directly they saw him coming, some of the younger ones swam out to meet him with cries of welcome, which again the duckling hardly understood. He approached them glad, yet trembling, and turning to one of the older birds, who by this time had left the shade of the tree, he said, "If I am to die, I would rather you should kill me. I don't know why I was ever hatched, for I am too ugly to live." And as he spoke, he bowed his head and looked down into the water. Reflected in the still pool, he saw many white shapes, with long necks and golden bills, and without thinking he looked for the dull grey body and the awkward skinny neck. But no such a thing was there. Instead, he beheld beneath him a beautiful white swan. "The new one is best of all," said the children when they came down to feed the swans with biscuit and cake before going to bed. "His feathers are whiter, and his beak more golden than the rest." And when he heard that, the duckling thought that it was worth while having undergone all the persecution and loneliness that he had passed through, as otherwise he would never have known what it was to be really happy. End of The Ugly Duckling.
The Two Caskets by Hans Andersen, from the Yellow Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Far, far away, in the midst of a pine forest, there lived a woman who had both a daughter and a stepdaughter. Ever since her own daughter was born, The mother had given her all that she cried for, so she grew up to be as cross and disagreeable as she was ugly. Her stepsister, on the other hand, had spent her childhood in working hard to keep house for her father, who died soon after a second marriage, and she was as much beloved by the neighbors for her goodness and industry as she was for her beauty. As the years went on, the difference between the two girls grew more marked, and the old woman treated her stepdaughter worse than ever, and was always on the watch for some pretext for beating her or depriving her of her food. Anything, however foolish, was good enough for this, and one day, when she could think of nothing better, she set both the girls to spin while sitting on the low wall of the well. "And you had better mind what you do," said she, "for the one whose thread breaks first shall be thrown to the bottom." But of course she took good care that her own daughter's flax was fine and strong, while the stepsister had only some coarse stuff, which no one could have thought of using. As might be expected, in a very little while the poor girl's thread snapped, and the old woman, who had been watching from behind a door, seized her stepdaughter by her shoulders and threw her into the well. "That is an end of you," she said, but she was wrong, for it was only the beginning. Down, down, down went the girl. It seemed as if the well must reach to the very middle of the earth. But at last her feet touched the ground, and she found herself in a field more beautiful than ever the summer pastures of her native mountains. Trees waved in the soft breeze. The flowers of the brightest colors danced in the grass. And though she was quite alone, the girl's heart danced too, for she felt happier than she had since her father died. So she walked on through the meadow until she came to an old tumble-down fence, so old that it was a wonder it managed to stand up at all, and it looked as if it depended for support on the old man's beard that climbed all over it. The girl paused for a moment as she came up, and gazed about for a place where she might safely cross. But before she could move, a voice cried from the fence, "Do not hurt me, little maiden. I am so old, I have not much longer to live." And the maiden answered, "No, I will not hurt you. Fear nothing." And then, seeing a spot where the clematis grew less thickly than in other places, she jumped lightly over. "May all go well with thee," said the fence, as the girl walked on. She soon left the meadow and turned into a path which ran between two flowery hedges. Right in front of her stood an oven, and through its open door she could see a pile of white loaves. "Eat as many loaves as you like, but do me no harm, little maiden," cried the oven. And the maiden told her to fear nothing, for she never hurt anything, and was very grateful for the oven's kindness in giving her such a beautiful white loaf. When she had finished it, down to the last crumb, she shut the oven door and said, "Good morning." "May all go well with thee," said the oven, as the girl walked on. By and by she became very thirsty, and seeing a cow with a milk pail hanging on her horn, turned towards her. "Milk me and drink as much as you will, little maiden," cried the cow, "but be sure you spill none on the ground, and do me no harm, for I have never harmed anyone." "Nor I," answered the girl. "Fear nothing." So she sat down and milked until the pail was nearly full. Then she drank it all up except a little drop at the bottom. "Now throw any that is left over my hoofs, and hang the pail on my horns again," said the cow. And the girl did as she was bid, and kissed the cow on her forehead, and went her way. Many hours had now passed since the girl had fallen down the well, and the sun was setting. "Where shall I spend the night?" thought she, and suddenly she saw before her a gate which she had not noticed before, and a very old woman leaning against it. "Good evening," said the girl politely, and the old woman answered, "Good evening, my child. Would that everyone was as polite as you. Are you in search of anything?" "I am in search of a place," replied the girl, and the woman smiled and said, "Then stop a little while and comb my hair, and you shall tell me all the things that you can do." "Willingly, mother," answered the girl, and she began combing out the old woman's hair, which was long and white. Half an hour passed in this way, and then the old woman said, "As you did not think yourself too good to comb me, I will show you where you may take service. Be prudent and patient, and all will go well." So the girl thanked her and set out for a farm at a little distance, where she was engaged to milk the cows and sift the corn. As soon as it was light next morning, the girl got up and went into the cow house. I'm sure you must be hungry," said she, patting each in turn, and then she fetched hay from the barn, and while they were eating it she swept out the cow-house, and strewed clean straw upon the floor. The cows were so pleased with the care she took of them, that they stood quite still while she milked them, and did not play any of the tricks on her that they had played on other dairymaids who were rough and rude. And when she had done, and was going to get up from her stool, she found sitting round her a whole circle of cats, black and white, tabby and tortoiseshell, who all cried with one voice, "We are very thirsty. Please give us some milk." "My poor little pussies," said she, "of course you shall have some." And she went into the dairy, followed by the cats, and gave each one a little red saucerful. But before they drank, they all rubbed themselves against her knees, and purred by way of thanks. The next thing the girl had to do was to go to the storehouse, and to sift the corn through a sieve. When she was busy rubbing the corn, she heard a whir of wings, and a flock of sparrows flew in at the window. "We are very hungry. Give us some corn, give us some corn," cried they, and the girl answered, "You poor little birds, of course you shall have some," and scattered a fine handful over the floor. When they had finished, they flew on her shoulders and flapped their wings by way of thanks. Time went by, and no cows in the whole countryside were so fat and well tended as hers, and no dairy had so much milk to show. The farmer's wife was so well satisfied that she gave her higher wages, and treated her like her own daughter. At length, one day, the girl was bidden by her mistress to come into the kitchen, and when there, the old woman said to her, "I know you can tend cows and keep a dairy. Now let me see what you can do besides. Take this sieve to the well, and fill it with water, and bring it home to me without spilling one drop by the way." The girl's heart sank at this order, for how was it possible for her to do her mistress's bidding? However, she was silent, and taking the sieve went down to the well with it. Stooping over the side, she filled it to the brim, but as soon as she lifted it, all the water ran out of the holes. Again and again she tried, but not a drop would remain in the sieve, and she was just running away in despair when a flock of sparrows flew down from the sky. "Ashes, ashes," they twittered, and the girl looked at them and said, "Well, I can't be in a worse plight than I am already, so I will take your advice." And she ran back to the kitchen and filled her sieve with ashes. Then once more she dipped the sieve into the well, and behold, this time not a drop of water disappeared. "Here is the sieve, mistress," cried the girl, going to the room where the old woman was sitting. "You are cleverer than I expected," answered she, "or else someone helped you who is skilled in magic." But the girl kept silence, and the old woman asked her no more questions. Many days passed, during which the girl went about her work as usual. But at length one day the old woman called her and said, "I have something more for you to do. There are here 2 yarns, the one white and the other black. What you must do is wash them in the river until the black one becomes white and the white black." And the girl took them to the river and washed hard for several hours, but wash as she would, they never changed one whit. "This is worse than the sieve," thought she, and was about to give up in despair, when there came a rush of wings through the air, and on every twig of the birch trees which grew by the bank was perched a sparrow. "The black to the east, the white to the west," they sang all at once, and the girl dried her tears and felt brave again. Picking up the black yarn, she stood facing the east and dipped it in the river, and in an instant it grew white as snow. Then, turning to the west, she held the white yarn in the water, and it became as black as a crow's wing. She looked back at the sparrows and smiled and nodded to them, and flapping their wings in reply, they flew swiftly away. At the sight of the yarn, the old woman was struck dumb, but when at length she found her voice, she asked the girl what magician had helped her to do what no one else had done before. But she got no answer, for the maiden was afraid of bringing trouble on her little friends. For many weeks the mistress shut herself up in her room, and the girl went about her work as usual. She hoped that there was an end to the difficult tasks which had been set her. But in this she was mistaken, for one day the old woman appeared suddenly in the kitchen and said to her, "There is one more trial to which I must put you, and if you do not fail in that you will be left in peace forevermore. Here are the yarns which you washed. Take them and weave them into a web that is as smooth as a king's robe, and see that it is spun by the time the sun sets." "This is the easiest thing I have been set to do," thought the girl, who was a good spinner. But when she began, she found that the skein tangled and broke every moment. "Oh, I can never do it," she cried at last, and leaned her head against the loom and wept. But at that instant the door opened, and there entered, one behind another, a procession of cats. "What is the matter, fair maiden?" asked they, and the girl answered, "My mistress has given me this yarn to weave into a piece of cloth, which must be finished by sunset, and I have not even begun yet, for the yarn breaks whenever I touch it." "If that is all, dry your eyes," said the cats. "We will manage it for you." And they jumped on the loom and wove so fast and so skillfully that in a very short time the cloth was ready and was as fine as any king ever wore. The girl was so delighted at the sight of it that she gave each cat a kiss on his forehead as they left the room behind one the other as they had come. "Who has taught you this wisdom?" asked the old woman, after she had passed her hands twice or thrice over the cloth and could find no roughness anywhere. But the girl only smiled and did not answer. She had learned early the value of silence. After a few weeks, the old woman sent for her maid and told her that as her year of service was now up, she was free to return home, but that for her part the girl had served her so well that she hoped she might stay with her. But at these words the maid shook her head and answered gently, "I have been happy here, madame, and I thank you for your goodness to me. But I have left behind me a stepsister and a stepmother, and I am fain to be with them once more." The old woman looked at her for a moment, and then she said, "Well, that must be as you like, but as you have worked faithfully for me, I will give you a reward. Go now into the loft above the storehouse, and there you will find many caskets. Choose the one which pleases you best, but be careful not to open it until you have set it in the place where you wish to remain." The girl left the room to go to the loft, and as soon as she got outside, she found all the cats waiting for her. Walking in procession, as was their custom, they followed her into the loft, which was filled with caskets big and little, plain and splendid. She lifted one and looked at it, and then put it down to examine another, yet more beautiful. Which should she choose? The yellow or the blue, the green or the red, the gold or the silver? She hesitated long, and went first to one, then to another, when she heard the cats' voices calling, "Take the black, take the black." The words made her look round. She had seen no black casket, but as the cats continued their cry, she peered into several corners that had remained unnoticed, and at length discovered a little black box, so small and so black that it might easily have been passed over. "This is the casket that pleases me best, mistress," said the girl, carrying it into the house, and the old woman smiled and nodded and bade her go her way. So the girl set forth, after bidding farewell to the cows and the cats and the sparrows, who all wept as they said good-bye. She walked on and on and on until she reached the flowery meadow, and there suddenly something happened. She never knew what, but she was sitting on the wall of the well in her stepmother's yard. Then she got up and entered the house. The woman and her daughter stared as if they had been turned into stone, but at length the stepmother gasped out, "So you are alive after all! Well, luck was ever against me. And where have you been this year past?" Then the girl told how she had taken service in the underworld, and besides her wages had brought home with her a little casket, which she would like to set up in her room. "Give me the money, and take the ugly little box off to the outhouse," cried the woman, beside herself with rage, and the girl, quite frightened at her violence, hastened away with her precious box clasped to her bosom. The outhouse was in a very dirty state, as no one had been near it since the girl had fallen down the well, but she scrubbed and swept until everything was clean again, and then she placed the little casket on a small shelf in the corner. "Now I may open it," she said to herself, and unlocking it with the key which hung to its handle, she raised the lid, but started back as she did so, almost blinded by the light that burst upon her. No one would ever have guessed that that little black box could have held such a quantity of beautiful things. Rings, crowns, girdles, necklaces, all made of wonderful stones, and they shone with such brilliance that not only the stepmother and her daughter, but all the people round came running to see if the house was on fire. Of course, the woman felt quite ill with greed and envy, and she would have certainly taken all the jewels for herself had she not feared the wrath of the neighbors, who loved her stepdaughter as much as they hated her. But if she could not steal the casket and its contents for herself, at least she could get another like it, and perhaps a still richer one. So she bade her own daughter sit on the edge of the well, and threw her into the water, exactly as she had done to the other girl, and, exactly as before, the flowery meadow lay at the bottom. Every inch of the way she trod the path which her stepsister had trodden, and saw the things which she had seen, but there the likeness ended. When the fence prayed her to do it no harm, she laughed rudely, and tore up some of the stakes, so that she might get over it more easily. When the oven offered her bread, she scattered the loaves onto the ground and stamped on them, and after she had milked the cow and drunk as much as she wanted, she threw the rest on the grass and kicked the pail to bits, and never heard them say, as they looked after her, "You shall not have done this to me for nothing." Towards evening she reached the spot where the old woman was leaning against the gate-post, but she passed by her without a word. "Have you no manners in your country?" asked the crone. "I can't stop and talk. I am in a hurry," answered the girl. "It is getting late, and I have to find a place." "Stop and comb my hair for a little," said the old woman, "and I will help you to get a place." "Comb your hair, indeed! I have something better to do than that." And slamming the gate in the crone's face, she went her way, and she never heard the words that followed her. "You shall not have done this to me for nothing." By and by the girl arrived at the farm, and she was engaged to look after the cows and sift the corn as her stepsister had been. But it was only when someone was watching her that she did her work. At other times the cow-house was dirty, and the cows ill-fed and beaten, so that they kicked over the pail and tried to butt her, and everyone said they had never seen such thin cows or such poor milk. As for the cats, she chased them away and ill-treated them, so they had not even the spirit to chase the rats and mice, which nowadays ran about everywhere. And when the sparrows came to beg for some corn, they fared no better than the cows and the cats. For the girl threw her shoes at them, till they flew in a fright to the woods, and took shelter amongst the trees. Months passed in this manner, when one day the mistress called the girl to her. "All that I have given you to do, you have done ill," said she. "Yet will I give you another chance. For though you cannot tend cows, or divide the grain from the chaff, there may be other things that you can do better. Therefore take this sieve to the well, and fill it with water, and see that you bring it back without spilling a drop." The girl took the sieve to the well as her sister had done, but no little birds came to help her, and after dipping it in the well 2 or 3 times, she brought it back empty. "I thought as much," said the old woman angrily. "She that is useless in one thing is useless in another." Perhaps the mistress may have thought that the girl had learned a lesson, but if she did, she was quite mistaken, as the work was no better done than before. By and by she sent for her again, and gave her maid the black and white yarn to wash in the river. But there was no one to tell her the secret by which the black could turn white, and the white black, so she brought them back as they were. This time the old woman only looked at her grimly, but the girl was too well pleased with herself to care what anyone thought about her. After some weeks her 3rd trial came, and the yarn was given her to spin as it had been given to her stepsister before her. But no procession of cats entered the room to weave a web of fine cloth, and at sunset she only brought back to her mistress an armful of dirty, tangled wool. "There seems to be nothing in the world you can do," said the old woman, and left her to herself. Soon after this the year was up, and the girl went to her mistress to tell her that she wished to go home. "Little desire have I to keep you," answered the old woman, "for no one thing have you done as you ought. Still, I will give you some payment, therefore go up into the loft, and choose for yourself one of the caskets that lies there, but see that you do not open it until you place it where you wish it to stay." This was what the girl had been hoping for, and so rejoiced was she that without even stopping to thank the old woman, she ran as fast as she could to the loft. There were the caskets, blue and red, green and yellow, silver and gold, and there in the corner stood a little black casket, just like the one her stepsister had brought home. "If there are so many jewels in that little black thing, this big one will hold twice the number," she said to herself. And snatching it up, she set off on her road home without even going to bid farewell to her mistress. "See, mother, see what I have brought," cried she, as she entered the cottage, holding the casket in both hands. "Ah, you have got something very different from that little black box," answered the old woman with delight, but the girl was so busy finding a place for it to stand that she took little notice of her mother. "It will look best here, no, here," she said, setting it first on one piece of furniture and then on another. "No, after all, it is too fine to live in a kitchen. Let us place it in the guest chamber." So mother and daughter carried it proudly upstairs and put it on a shelf over the fireplace. Then, untying the key from the handle, they opened the box. As before, a bright light leapt out directly the lid was raised, but it did not spring from the luster of jewels, but from hot flames, which darted along the walls and burnt up the cottage and all that was in it, and the mother and daughter as well. As they had done when the stepdaughter came home, the neighbors all hurried to see what was the matter, but they were too late. Only the hen house was left standing, and in spite of her riches, there the stepdaughter lived happily to the end of her days. End of the Two Caskets.
Chapter 10 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Puno. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Goldsmith's Fortune. Once upon a time, there was a goldsmith who lived in a certain village where the people were as bad and greedy and covetous as they could possibly be. However, in spite of his surroundings, he was fat and prosperous. He had only one friend whom he liked, and that was the cowherd, who looked after cattle for one of the farmers in the village. Every evening, the goldsmith would walk across to the cowherd's house and say, "Come, let's go out for a walk." Now, the cowherd didn't like walking in the evening, because he said he'd been out grazing the cattle all day, and was glad to sit down when night came. But the goldsmith always worried him so that the poor man had to go against his will. This at last so annoyed him that he tried to think how he could pick a quarrel with the goldsmith so that he should not beg him to walk with him any more. He asked another cowherd for advice, and he said the best thing he could do was to go across and kill the goldsmith's wife, for then the goldsmith would be sure to regard him as an enemy. So, being a foolish person, and there being no laws in that country by which a man would be certainly punished for such a crime, the cowherd one evening took a big stick and went across to the goldsmith's house when only Mrs. Goldsmith was at home, and banged her on the head so hard that she died then and there. When the goldsmith came back and found his wife dead, he said nothing, but just took her outside into the dark lane and propped her up against the wall at his house, and then went into the courtyard and waited. Presently a rich stranger came along the lane, and seeing someone there, as he supposed, he said, "Good evening, friend. Fine night tonight." But the goldsmith's wife said nothing. The man then repeated his words louder, but still there was no reply. A third time he shouted, "Good evening, friend. Are you deaf?" But the figure never replied. Then the stranger, being angrier at what he thought very rude behavior, picked up a big stone and threw it at Mrs. Goldsmith, crying, "Let that teach you manners." Instantly, poor Mrs. Goldsmith tumbled over, and the stranger, horrified at seeing what he had done, was immediately seized by the goldsmith, who ran out screaming, "Wretch, you killed my wife! Oh, miserable one, we will have justice done to thee." With many protestations and reproaches they wrangled together, the stranger entreating the goldsmith to say nothing, and he would pay him handsomely to atone for the sad accident. At last the goldsmith quieted down and agreed to accept 1,000 gold pieces from the stranger, who immediately helped him to bury his poor wife, and then rushed off to the guest-house, packed up his things, and was off by daylight, lest the goldsmith should repent and accuse him as the murderer of his wife. Now it very soon appeared that the goldsmith had a lot of extra money, so that people began to ask questions, and finally demanded of him the reason for his sudden wealth. "Oh," said he, "my wife died, and I sold her." "You sold your dead wife?" cried the people. "Yes," said the goldsmith. "For how much?" 1,000 gold pieces, replied the goldsmith. Instantly the villagers went away, and each caught a hold of his own wife and throttled her, and the next day they all went off to sell their dead wives. Many a weary mile did they tramp, but got nothing but hard words or laughter or directions to the nearest cemetery, from people to whom they offered dead wives for sale. At last they perceived that they had been cheated somehow by that goldsmith, so off they rushed home, seized the unhappy man, and without listening to his cries and entreaties, hurried him down to the river bank and flung him plop into the deepest, weediest, and nastiest place they could find. "That will teach him to play tricks on us," said they, "for as he can't swim, he'll drown, and we shan't have any more trouble with him." Now the goldsmith really could not swim, and as soon as he was thrown into the deep water he sank below the surface, so his enemies went away believing that they had seen the last of him. But in reality he was carried down, half drowned, below the next bend in the river, where he fortunately came across a snag floating in the river. A snag is, a part of a tree or a bush which floats very nearly under the surface of the water. And he held on to this snag, and by great good luck eventually came ashore some 2 or 3 miles down the river. At the place where he landed he came across a fine fat cow buffalo, and immediately he jumped on her back and rode home. When the village people saw him they ran out in surprise and said, "Oh, where on earth did you come from, and where did you get that buffalo?" "Ah," said the goldsmith, "you little know what delightful adventures I have had. Why, down in that place in the river where you threw me in, I found meadows and trees and fine pastures and buffaloes and all kinds of cattle. In fact, I could hardly tear myself away, but I thought that I must really let you all know about it." Oh, thought the greedy village people. "If there are buffaloes to be had for the taking, we'll go after some too." Encouraged by the goldsmith, they nearly all ran off the very next morning to the river, and in order that they might get down quickly to the beautiful place the goldsmith told them of, they tied great stones onto their feet and their necks, and one after another they jumped into the water as fast as they could, and were drowned. And whenever any one of them waved his hands about and struggled, the goldsmith would cry out, "Look! He's beckoning the rest of you to come. He's got a fine buffalo." And others who were doubtful would jump in until not one was left. Then the cunning goldsmith went back and took all the village for himself, and became very rich indeed. But do you think he was happy? Not a bit. Lies never made a man happy yet. Truly, he got the better of a set of wicked and greedy people, but only by being wicked and greedy himself. And, as it turned out, when he got so rich he got very fat, and at last was so fat that he couldn't move, and one day he got the apoplexy and died. And no one in the world cared the least bit. End of The Goldsmith's Fortune. Recording by Jennifer Puno.
The Enchanted Wreath of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. The Enchanted Wreath, told by a Pathan to Major Campbell. Once upon a time there lived near forest a man and his wife and 2 girls. One girl was the daughter of a man, and the other the daughter of his wife. And the man's daughter was good and beautiful, but the woman's daughter was cross and ugly. However, her mother did not know that, but thought her the most bewitching maiden that ever was seen. One day the man called to his daughter, and bade her to come with him into the forest to cut wood. They worked hard all day, but in spite of the chopping they were very cold, for it rained heavily, and when they returned home they were wet through. Then, to his vexation, the man found that he had left his axe behind him, and he knew that if it lay all night in the mud it would become rusty and useless. So he said to his wife, "I dropped my axe in the forest. Bid your daughter go and fetch it, for mine has worked hard all day, and is both wet and weary." But the wife answered, "If your daughter is wet already, it is all the more reason that she should go and get the axe. Besides, she is a great strong girl, and a little rain will not hurt her." while my daughter would be sure to catch a bad cold. By long experience the man knew there was no good saying any more, and with a sigh he told the poor girl he must return to the forest for the axe. The walk took some time, for it was very dark, and her shoes often stuck in the mud, but she was brave as well as beautiful, and never thought of turning back merely because the path was both difficult and unpleasant. At last, with her dress torn by brambles that she could not see, and her back scratched by the twigs on the trees, she reached a spot where she and her father had been cutting in the morning, and found the axe in the place he had left it. To her surprise, 3 little doves were sitting on the handle, all of them looking very sad. "You poor little things," said the girl, stroking them. "Why do you sit there and get wet? Go and fly home to your nest. It will be much warmer than this. But first eat this bread, which I have saved from my dinner, and perhaps you will feel happier. It is my father's axe you are sitting on, and I must take it back as fast as I can, or shall I get a terrible scolding from my stepmother." She then crumbled the bread on the ground, and was pleased to see the doves flutter quite cheerfully towards it. "Good-bye," she said, picking up the axe, and went her way homewards. By the time they had finished all the crumbs, the doves must felt better, and were able to fly back to their nest in top of the tree. "That is a good girl," said one. "I really was too weak to stretch out a wing before she came. I should like to do something to show how grateful I am." "Well, let us give her a wreath of flowers, and will never fade as long as she wears it," cried another. "And let the tiniest singing birds in the world sit amongst the flowers," rejoined the third. "Yes, that will do beautifully," said the first. And when the girl stepped into her cottage, a wreath of rosebuds was on her head, and a crowd of little birds were singing unseen. The father, who was sitting by the fire, thought that, in spite of her muddy clothes, he had never seen his daughter looking so lovely, but the stepmother and the other girl grew wild with envy. "How absurd to walk about on such a pouring night, dressed up like that," she remarked crossly, and roughly pulled off the wreath as she spoke, to place it on her own daughter. As she did so the roses became withered and brown, and the birds flew out of the window. "See what a trumpy thing it is," cried the stepmother. "And now take your supper and go to bed, for it is near upon midnight." But though she pretended to despise the wreath, she longed none the less for her daughter to have one like it. Now it happened that the next evening the father, who had seen alone in the forest, came back a second time without his axe. The stepmother's heart was glad when she saw this, and she said quite mildly, "Why, you have forgotten your axe again, you careless man! But now your daughter shall stay at home, and mine shall go and bring it back." And throwing a cloak over the girl's shoulders, she bade her hasten to the forest. With a very ill grace the damsel set forth, grumbling to herself as she went, for though she wished for the wreath, she did not at all want the trouble of getting it. By the time she reached a spot where her stepfather had been cutting the wood, the girl was in a very bad temper indeed, and when she caught sight of the axe, there were the 3 little doves, with drooping heads and soiled, bedraggled feathers, sitting on the handle. "You dirty creatures," said she, "get away at once, or I will throw stones at you." And the doves spread their wings in a fright, and flew up to the very top of a tree, their bodies shaking with anger. "What shall we do to revenge ourselves on her?" asked the smallest of the doves. "We were never treated like that before." "Never," said the biggest dove. "We must find some way of paying her back in her own coin." "I know," answered the middle dove. "She shall never be able to say anything but dirty creatures to the end of her life." "Oh, how clever of you! That will do beautifully," exclaimed the other 2, and they flapped their wings and clucked so loud with delight, and made such a noise, that they woke up all the birds in the trees close by. "What in the world is the matter?" asked the birds sleepily. "That is our secret," said the doves. Meanwhile the girl had reached home closer than ever, but as soon as her mother heard her lift the latch of the door, she ran out to hear her adventures. "Well, did you get the wreath?" cried she. "Dirty creatures!" answered her daughter. "Don't speak to me like that." "What do you mean?" asked the mother again. "Dirty creatures!" repeated the daughter, and nothing else could she say. Then the woman saw that something evil had befallen her, and turned in her rage to her stepdaughter. "You are at the bottom of this, I know," she cried. And as the father was out of the way, she took a stick and beat the girl till she screamed with pain and went to bed sobbing. If the poor girl's life had been miserable before, it was 10 times worse now. For the moment her father's back was turned, the others teased and tormented her from morning till night, and their fury was increased by the sight of her wreath, which the doves had placed again on her head. Things went on like this for some weeks, when one day, as the king's son was riding through the forest, he heard some strange birds singing more sweetly than the birds have ever sung before. He tied his horse to a tree, and followed where the sound led him, and to his surprise he saw before him a beautiful girl chopping wood, with a wreath of pink rosebuds, out of which the singing came, standing in the shelter of a tree. He watched her a long while, and then, hat in hand, he went up and spoke to her. "Fair maiden, who are you? And who gave you that wreath of singing roses?" asked he, for the birds were so tiny that till you looked closely you never saw them. "I live in a hut on the edge of the forest," she answered, blushing, for she had never spoken to a prince before. "As to the wreath, I know not how it came there, unless it may be the gift of some doves, whom I fed when they were starving." The prince was delighted with this answer, which showed the goodness of the girl's heart, and besides he had fallen in love with her beauty, and would not be content till she promised to return with him to the palace, and become his bride. The old king was naturally disappointed at his son's choice of a wife, as he wished him to marry a neighbouring princess. But as from his birth the prince had always done exactly as he liked, nothing was said, and a splendid wedding feast was got ready. The day after her marriage the bride sent a messenger, bearing handsome presents to her father, and telling him of the good fortune which had befallen her. As may be imagined, the stepmother and her daughter were so filled with envy that they grew quite ill, and had to take their beds, and nobody would have been sorry they had never got up again. But that did not happen. At length, however, they began to feel better, for the mother invented a plan by which she could be revenged on the girl who had never done her any harm. Her plan was this. In the town where she had lived before she was married, there was an old witch who had more skill in magic than at any other witch she knew. To this witch she would go and beg her to make her a mask with the face of her stepdaughter, and when she had the mask, the rest would be easy. She told her daughter that she meant to do, and although the daughter could only say "dirty creatures" in answer, she nodded and smiled and looked well pleased. Everything fell out exactly as the woman had hoped. By the aid of her magic mirror, the witch beheld the new princess walking in her gardens in a dress of green silk, and in a few minutes had produced a mask so like her that very few people could have told the difference. However, she counseled the woman that when her daughter first wore it, for that, of course, was that she intended her to do, she had better pretend that she had a toothache, and cover her head with a lace veil. The woman thanked her, and paid her well, and returned to her hut, carrying the mask under her cloak. In a few days she heard that a great hunt was planned, and the prince would leave the palace very early in the morning, so that his wife would be alone all day. This was a chance not to be missed, and taking her daughter with her, she went up to the palace, where she had never been before. The princess was too happy in her new home to remember all that she had suffered in the old one, and she welcomed them both gladly, and gave them quantities of beautiful things to take back with them. At last she took them down to the shore to see a pleasure boat which her husband had made for her. And here the woman, seizing her opportunity, stole softly behind the girl and pushed her off the rock on which she was standing into the deep water, where she instantly sank to the bottom. Then she fastened the mask on her daughter, flung her over her shoulders a velvet cloak, which the princess had let fall, and finally arranged a lace veil over her head. "Rest your cheek on your hand as if you were in pain, when the prince returns," said the mother, "and be careful not to speak. Whatever you do, I will go back to the witch and see if she cannot take off the spell laid on you by those horrible birds. Ah, why did I not think of it before?" No sooner had the prince entered the palace than he hastened to the princess's apartments, where he found her lying on the sofa, apparently in great pain. "My dearest wife, what is the matter with you?" he cried, kneeling down beside her and trying to take her hand. But she snatched it away, and pointing to her cheek, murmured something he could not catch. "What is it? Tell me. Is the pain bad? When did it begin? Shall I send for your ladies to bath the place?" asked the prince, pouring out these and a dozen other questions, to which the girl only shook her head. "But I can't leave you like this," he continued, starting up. "I must summon all the court physicians to apply soothing balsams to this sore place." And as he spoke, he sprang to his feet to go in search of them. Once came near her, the trick would at once be discovered, that she forgot her mother's counsel not to speak, and forgot even the spell that had been laid upon her, and catching hold of the prince's tunic, she cried in tones of entreaty, "Dirty creatures!" The young man stopped, not able to believe his ears, but supposed that pain had made the princess cross, as it sometimes does. However, he guessed somehow that he wished to be left alone, so he only said, "Well, I dare say a little sleep will do you good, if you can manage to get it, and that you will wake up better tomorrow." Now that night happened to be very hot and airless, and the prince, after vainly trying to rest, at length got up and went to the window. Suddenly he beheld in the moonlight a form with a wreath of roses on her head rise out of the sea below him, and step on to the sands, holding out her arms as she did towards the palace. "That maiden is strangely like my wife," thought he. "I must see her closer," and he hastened down to the water. But when he got there, the princess, for she indeed it was, had disappeared completely, and he began to wonder if his eyes had deceived him. The next morning he went to the false bride's room, but her ladies told him he would neither speak nor get up, though she ate everything they set before her. The prince was sorely perplexed as to what could be the matter with her, for naturally he could not guess that she was expecting her mother to return every moment, and to remove the spell the doves had laid upon her, and meanwhile was afraid to speak lest she should betray herself. At length he made up for his mind to summon all the court physicians. He did not tell her what he was going to do, lest it should make her worse, but he went himself and begged the 4 learned leeches attached to the king's person to follow him to the princess's apartments. Unfortunately, as they entered, the princess was so enraged at the sight of them that she forgot all about the doves, and shrieked out, "Dirty creatures! Dirty creatures!" which so offended the physicians that they left the room at once, and nothing that the prince could say would prevail on them to remain. He then tried to persuade his wife to send them a message that she was sorry for her rudeness, but not a word would she say. Late that evening, when he had performed all the tiresome duties which fall to the lot of every prince, the young man was leaning out of his window, refreshing himself with the cool breezes that blew off the sea. His thoughts went back to the scene of the morning, and he wondered if after all he had not made a great mistake in marrying a low-born wife. However beautiful she might be, how could he have imagined that the quiet, gentle girl who had been so charming a companion to him during the first days of their marriage could have become in a day the rude, sulky woman who could not control her temper even to benefit herself? One thing was clear: if she did not change her conduct very shortly, he would have to send her away from the court. He was thinking these thoughts, when his eyes fell on the sea beneath him, and there, as before, was the figure that so closely resembled his wife, standing with her feet in the water, holding out her arms to him. "Wait for me! Wait for me! Wait for me!" he cried, not even knowing he was speaking. But when he reached the shore there was nothing to be seen but the shadows cast by the moonlight. A state ceremonial in a city some distance off caused the prince to ride away at daybreak, and he left without seeing his wife again. "Perhaps she may have come to her senses by tomorrow," said he to himself, "and anyhow, if I am going to send her back to her father, it might be better if we did not meet in the meantime." Then he put the matter from his mind, and kept his thoughts on the duty that lay before him. It was nearly midnight before he returned to the palace, but instead of entering, he went down to the shore and hid behind a rock. He had scarcely done so when the girl came out of the sea and stretched out her arms towards his window. In an instant the prince had seized her hand, and though she made a frightened struggle to reach the water, for she in her turn had a spell laid upon her, he held her fast. "You are my own wife, and I shall never let you go," he said. But the words were hardly out of his mouth when he found that it were a hare that he was holding by the paw. Then the hare changed into a fish, and the fish into a bird, and the bird into a slimy, wiggling snake. This time the prince's hand nearly opened of itself, but with a strong effort he kept his fingers shut, and drawing his sword cut off his head. When the spell was broken, and the girl stood before him as he had seen her first, the wreath upon her head and the bird singing for joy. The very next morning the stepmother arrived at the palace with an ointment that the old witch had given her to place upon her daughter's tongue, which would break the dove's spell, if the rightful bride had really been drowned in the sea. If not, then it would be useless, and mother assured her that she had seen her stepdaughter sink, and that there was no fear that she would ever come up again. But to make all quite safe, the old woman might bewitch the girl, and so she did. After that the wicked stepmother travelled all through the night to get to the palace as soon as possible, and made her way straight into her daughter's room. "I have got it! I have got it!" she cried triumphantly, and laid the ointment on her daughter's tongue. "Now what do you say?" she asked proudly. "Dirty creatures! Dirty creatures!" answered the daughter, and the mother wrung her hands and wept, as she knew that all her plans had failed. At this moment the prince entered with his real wife. "You both deserve death," he said, "and if it were left to me you should have it. But the princess had begged me to spare your lives, so you will be put into a ship and carried off to a desert island, where you will stay till you die." Then the ship was made ready, and the wicked woman and her daughter were placed in it, and it sailed away, and no more was heard of them. But the prince and his wife lived together long and happily, and ruled their people well. End of the Enchanted Wreath.
Chapter 12 of The Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 12. The Foolish Weaver. Adapted from Thorpe's Yuletide Stories. Once a weaver, who was in want of work, took service with a certain farmer as a shepherd. The farmer, knowing that the man was very slow-witted, gave him most careful instructions as to everything that he was to do. Finally he said, "If a wolf or any wild animal attempts to hurt the flock, you should pick up a big stone like this," suiting the action to the word, "and throw a few such at him, and he will be afraid and go away." The weaver said that he understood, and started with the flocks to the hillsides, where they grazed all day. By chance in the afternoon a leopard appeared, and the weaver instantly ran home as fast as he could to get the stones which the farmer had shown him to throw at the creature. When he came back all the flock were scattered or killed, and when the farmer heard the tale he beat him soundly. "Were there no stones on the hillside, that you should run back to get them, you senseless one?" he cried. "You are not fit to herd sheep. To-day you shall stay at home and mind my old mother who is sick. Perhaps you will be able to drive flies off her face, if you can't drive beasts away from sheep." So the next day the weaver was left at home to take care of the farmer's old sick mother. Now, as she lay outside on a bed, it turned out that the flies became very troublesome, and the weaver looked round for something to drive them away with. And as he had been told to pick up the nearest stone to drive the beasts away from the flock, he thought he would this time show how cleverly he could obey orders. Accordingly he seized the nearest stone, which was a big heavy one, and dashed it at the flies. But unhappily he slew the poor old woman also, and then, being afraid of the wrath of the farmer, he fled, and was not seen again in that neighbourhood. All that day and all the next night he walked, and at length he came to a village where a great many weavers lived together. "You are welcome," said they. "Eat and sleep, for to-morrow 6 of us start in search of fresh wool to weave, and we pray you to give us your company." "Willingly," answered the weaver. So the next morning the 7 weavers set out to go to the village where they could buy what they wanted. On the way they had to cross a ravine which lately had been full of water, but now was quite dry. The weavers, however, were accustomed to swim over this ravine; therefore, regardless of the fact that this time it was dry, they stripped, and, tying their clothes on their heads, they proceeded to swim across the dry sand and rocks that formed the bed of the ravine. Thus they got to the other side without further damage than bruised knees and elbows, and as soon as they were over one of them began to count the party to make sure that all were safe there. He counted all except himself, and then cried out that somebody was missing. This set each of them counting, but each made the same mistake of counting all except himself, so that they became certain that one of their party was missing. They ran up and down the bank of the ravine, wringing their hands in great distress, and looking for signs of their lost comrade. There a farmer found them, and asked what was the matter. "Alas!" said one, "7 of us started from the other bank, and one must have been drowned on the crossing, as we can only find 6 remaining." The farmer eyed them a minute, and then, picking up his stick, he dealt each a sounding blow, counting as he did so. 1, 2, 3, and so on up to the 7. When the weavers found that there were 7 of them, they were overcome with gratitude to one whom they took for a magician, as he could thus make 7 out of an obvious 6. End of The Foolish Weaver, read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, December 2009 in San Diego, California.
Chapter 13 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Puno. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Clever Cat. Once upon a time there lived an old man who dwelt with his son in a small hut on the edge of the plain. He was very old and had worked very hard, and when at last he was struck down by illness, he felt that he should never rise from his bed again. So one day he bade his wife summon their son, when he came back from his journey to the nearest town, where he had been to buy bread. "Come hither, my son," said he. "I know myself well to be dying, and I have nothing to leave you but my falcon, my cat, and my greyhound. But if you make good use of them, you will never lack food. Be good to your mother as you have been to me, and now farewell!" Then he turned his face to the wall and died. There was great mourning in the hut for many days, but at length the son rose up, and calling to his greyhound, his cat, and his falcon, he left the house saying that he would bring back something for dinner. Wandering over the plain, he noticed a troop of gazelles, and he pointed to his greyhound to give chase. The dog soon brought down a fine, fat beast, and slinging it over his shoulders, the young man turned homewards. On the way, however, he passed a pond, and as he approached a cloud of birds flew into the air. Shaking his wrist, the falcon seated on it darted into the air and swooped down upon the quarry he had marked, which fell dead on the ground. The young man picked it up and put it in his pouch and then went towards home again. Near the hut was a small barn in which he kept the produce of the little patch of corn, which grew close to the garden. Here a rat ran out almost under his feet, followed by another and another, but quick as thought the cat was upon them and not one escaped her. When all the rats were killed, the young man left the barn. He took the path leading to the door of the hut, but stopped on feeling a hand laid on his shoulder. "Young man," said the ogre, for such was the stranger, "you have been a good son, and you deserve the piece of luck which has fallen you this day. Come with me to that shining lake yonder, and fear nothing." Wondering a little at what might be going to happen to him, the youth did as the ogre bade him, and when they reached the shore of the lake, the ogre turned and said to him, "Step into the water and shut your eyes. You'll find yourself sinking slowly to the bottom, but take courage. All will go well. Only bring up as much silver as you can carry, and we will divide it between us." So the young man stepped bravely into the lake, and felt himself sinking till he reached firm ground at last. In front of him lay 4 heaps of silver, and in the midst of them a curious white shining stone, marked over with strange characters, such as he had never seen before. He picked it up in order to examine it more closely, and as he held it, the stone spoke. "As long as you hold me, all your wishes will come true," it said. "But hide me in your turban, and then call to the ogre that you are ready to come up." In a few minutes the young man stood again by the shores of the lake. "Well, where's the silver?" asked the ogre, who was awaiting him. "Ah, my father, how can I tell you? So bewildered was I, and so dazzled with the splendors of everything I saw, that I stood like a statue, unable to move. Then, hearing steps approaching, I got frightened, and I called to you, as you know." "You are no better than the rest," cried the ogre, and turned away in a rage. When he was out of sight, the young man took the stone from his turban and looked at it. "I want the finest camel that can be found, and the most splendid garments," said he. "Shut your eyes, then," replied the stone, and he shut them, and when he opened them again, the camel that he had wished for was standing before him, while the festal robes of a desert prince hung from his shoulders. Mounting the camel, he whistled the falcon to his wrist, and followed by his greyhound and his cat, he started homewards. His mother was sewing at her door when this magnificent stranger rode up, and filled with surprise she bowed low before him. "Don't you know me, mother?" he said with a laugh, and on hearing his voice the good woman nearly fell to the ground with astonishment. "How have you got that camel and those clothes?" asked she. "Can a son of mine have committed murder in order to possess them?" "Don't be afraid, they are quite honestly come by," answered the youth. "I will explain all by and by, but now you must go to the palace and tell the king I wish to marry his daughter." At those words the mother thought her son had certainly gone mad, and stared blankly at him. The young man guessed what was in her heart, and replied with a smile, "Fear nothing. Promise all that he asks. It will be fulfilled somehow." So she went to the palace, where she found the king sitting in the hall of justice, listening to the petitions of his people. The woman waited until all had been heard and the hall was empty, and then went up and knelt before the throne. "My son has sent me to ask for the hand of the princess," said she. The king looked at her and thought that she was mad, but instead of ordering his guards to turn her out, he answered gravely, "Before he can marry the princess, he must build me a palace of ice, which can be warmed with fires, and wherein the rarest singing birds can live." "It shall be done, your majesty," said she, and got up and left the hall. Her son was anxiously awaiting her outside the palace gates, dressed in the clothes that he wore every day. "Well, what have I got to do?" he asked impatiently, drawing his mother aside so that no one could overhear them. "Oh, something quite impossible, and I hope you will put the princess out of your head," she replied. "Well, what is it?" persisted he. "Nothing but to build a palace of ice where fires can burn that shall keep it so warm that the most delicate singing birds can live in it." I thought it would be something much harder than that, exclaimed the young man. I will see about it at once. And leaving his mother, he went into the country and took the stone from his turban. I want a palace of ice that can be warmed with fires and filled with the rarest singing birds. Shut your eyes, then, said the stone, and he shut them. And when he opened them again, there was the palace, more beautiful than anything he could have imagined, the fires throwing a soft pink glow over the ice. It is even fit for the princess, thought he to himself. As soon as the king awoke next morning, he ran to the window, and there across the plain he beheld the palace. That young man must be a great wizard. He may be useful to me. And when the mother came again to tell them that his orders had been fulfilled, he received her with great honor and bade her tell her son that the wedding was fixed for the following day. The princess was delighted with her new home, and with her husband also, and several days slipped happily by, spent in turning over all the beautiful things that the palace contained. But at length the young man grew tired of always staying inside walls, and he told his wife that the next day he must leave her for a few hours and go out hunting. You will not mind? He asked, and she answered as became a good wife. Yes, of course I shall mind, but I will spend the day in planning out some new dresses, and then it will be so delightful when you come back, you know. So the husband went off to hunt, and the falcon on his wrist, and the greyhound and the cat behind him, for the palace was so warm that even the cat did not mind living in it. No sooner had he gone than the ogre, who had been watching his chance for many days, knocked at the door of the palace. I have just returned from a far country, he said, and I have some of the largest and most brilliant stones in the world with me. The princess is known to love beautiful things. Perhaps she might like to buy some. Now the princess had been wondering for many days what trimming she should put on her dresses, so that she should outshine the dresses of the other ladies at the court balls. Nothing that she thought of seemed good enough, so when the message was brought that the ogre and his wares were below, she at once ordered that he should be brought to her chamber. Ah, what beautiful stones he laid before her, what lovely rubies and what rare pearls. No other lady would have jewels like those of that princess, was quite sure, but she cast down her eyes so that the ogre might not see how much she longed for them. "Ah, I fear they are too costly for me," she said carelessly, "and besides I have hardly need of any more jewels just now." "I have no particular wish to sell them myself," answered the ogre with equal indifference. "But I have a necklace of shining stone, which was left me by my father, and one, the largest engraven with weird characters, is missing. I have heard that it is in your husband's possession, and if you can give me that stone, you shall have any of these jewels that you choose. But you'll have to pretend that you want it for yourself, and above all, do not mention me, for he sets great store by it, and would never part with it to a stranger. Tomorrow I will return with some jewels yet finer than those I have with me today. So, ma'am, farewell." Left alone, the princess began to think of many things, but chiefly as to whether she would persuade her husband to give her the stone or not. At one moment she felt he had already bestowed so much upon her that it was a shame to ask for the only object he had kept back. No, it would be mean. She could not do it. But then, those diamonds and those string of pearls. After all, they had only been married a week, and the pleasure of giving it to her ought to be far greater than the pleasure of keeping it for himself, and she was sure it would be. Well, that evening, when the young man had supped off his favorite dishes, which the princess took care to have specifically prepared for him, she sat down close beside him and began stroking his head. For some time she did not speak, but listened attentively to all the adventures that had befallen him that day. "But I was thinking of you all the time," said he at the end, "and wishing that I could bring you back something you would like, but alas, what is there that you do not possess already?" "How good of you not to forget me when you are in the midst of such dangers and hardships," answered she. "Yes, it is true, I have many beautiful things. But if you want to give me a present, and tomorrow is my birthday, there is one thing that I wish for very much." "And what is that? Of course you shall have it directly," he asked eagerly. "It is that bright stone which fell out of the folds of your turban a few days ago," she answered, playing with his finger. "The little stone with all those funny marks upon it. I never saw any stone like it before." The young man did not answer at first. Then he said slowly, "I have promised, and therefore I must perform. But will you swear never to part from it and to keep it safely about you always? More I cannot tell you, but I beg you earnestly to take heed to this." The princess was a little startled by his manner and began to be sorry that she had ever listened to the ogre. But she did not like to draw back and pretended to be immensely delighted at her new toy and kissed and thanked her husband for it. "After all, I needn't give it to the ogre," thought she as she dropped off to sleep. Unluckily, the next morning the young man went hunting again, and the ogre, who was watching, knew this and did not come till much later than before. At the moment that he knocked at the door of the palace, the princess had tired of all her employments, and her attendants were at their wits' end how to amuse her, when a tall negro dressed in scarlet came to announce that the ogre was below, and desired to know if the princess would speak to him. "Bring him hither at once!" cried she, springing up from her cushions, and forgetting all her resolves of the previous night. In another moment she was bending with rapture over the glittering gems. "Have you got it?" asked the ogre in a whisper, for the princess's ladies were standing as near as they dared to catch a glimpse of the beautiful jewels. "Yes, here," she answered, slipping the stone from her sash and placing it among the rest. Then she raised her voice and began to talk quickly of the prices of the chains and necklaces, and after some bargaining to deceive the attendants, she declared that she liked one string of pearls better than all the rest, and that the ogre might take away the other things which were not half as valuable as he supposed. "As you please, madame," said he, bowing himself out of the palace. Soon after he had gone, a curious thing happened. The princess carelessly touched the wall of her room, which was wont to reflect the warm red light of the fire on the earth, and found her hand quite wet. She turned round, and was it her fancy, or did the fire burn more dimly than before? Hurriedly she passed into the picture gallery. Pools of water showed here and there on the floor, and a cold chill ran through her whole body. At that instant her frightened ladies came running down the stairs, crying, "Madam, madam, what has happened? The palace is disappearing under our eyes." "My husband will be home very soon," answered the princess, who, though nearly as much frightened as her ladies, felt that she must set them a good example. "Wait till then, and he will tell us what to do." So they waited, seated on the highest chairs they could find, wrapped in their warmest garments and with piles of cushions under their feet, while the poor birds flew with numbed wings hither and thither, till they were so lucky as to discover an open window in some forgotten corner. Through this they vanished, and were seen no more. At last, when the princess and her ladies had been forced to leave the upper rooms, where the walls and floors had melted away, and to take refuge in the hall, the young man came home. He had ridden back along a winding road from which he did not see the palace till he was close upon it, and stood horrified at the spectacle before him. He knew in an instant that his wife must have betrayed his trust, but he would not reproach her, as she must be suffering enough already. Hurrying on, he sprang over all that was left of the palace walls, and the princess gave a cry of relief at the sight of him. "Come quickly," he said, "or you'll be frozen to death." And a dreary little procession set out for the king's palace, the greyhound and the cat bringing up the rear. At the gates he left them, though his wife besought him to allow her to enter. "Have you betrayed me and ruined me?" he said sternly. "I go to seek my fortune alone." And without another word he turned and left her. With his falcon on his wrist and his greyhound and cat behind him, the young man walked a long way, inquiring of everyone he met whether they had seen his enemy, the ogre. But nobody had. Then he bade his falcon fly up into the sky, up, up, and up, and try if his sharp eyes could discover the old thief. The bird had to go so high that he did not return for some hours, but he told his master that the ogre was lying asleep in a splendid palace in a far country on the shores of the sea. This was delightful news to the young man, who instantly bought some meat for the falcon, bidding him make a good deal. "To-morrow," said he, "you will fly to the palace where the ogre lies, and while he is asleep you will search all about him for a stone on which is engraved strange signs. This you will bring to me. In 3 days I shall expect you back here." "Well, I must take the cat with me," answered the bird. The sun had not yet risen before the falcon soared high into the air, the cat seated on his back, with his paws tightly clasping the bird's neck. "You had better shut your eyes, or you may get giddy," said the bird, and the cat, who had never before been off the ground, except to climb a tree, did as she was bid. All that day and all that night they flew, and in the morning they saw the ogre's palace lying beneath them. "Dear me," said the cat, opening her eyes for the first time. "That looks to me very like a rat city down there. Let us go down to it. They may be able to help us." So they alighted in some bushes in the heart of the rat city. The falcon remained where he was, but the cat lay down outside the principal gate, causing terrible excitement among the rats. At length, seeing she did not move, one bolder than the rest put its head out of an upper window of the castle and said in a trembling voice, "Why have you come here? What do you want? If it is anything to our power, tell us, and we will do it." "If you would have let me speak to you before, I would have told you that I came as a friend," replied the cat, "and I shall be greatly obliged if you would send 4 of the strongest and cunningest among you to do me a service." "Oh, we shall be delighted," answered the rat, much relieved. "But if you will inform me what it is you wish them to do, I shall be better able to judge who is more fitted for the post." "I thank you," said the cat. "Well, what they have to do is this. Tonight they must burrow under the walls of the castle and go up to the room where an ogre lies asleep. Somewhere about him he has hidden a stone on which are engraved strange signs. When they have found it, they must take it from him without his waking and bring it to me." "Your orders shall be obeyed," replied the rat, and he went out to give his instructions. About midnight the cat, who was still sleeping before the gate, was awakened by some water flung at her by the head rat, who could not make up his mind to open the doors. "Here is the stone you wanted," said he, when the cat started up with a loud meow. "If you will hold up your paws, I will drop it down." And so he did. "And now farewell," continued the rat. "You have a long way to go, and will do well to start before daybreak." "Your counsel is good," replied the cat, smiling to itself, and putting the stone in her mouth she went off to seek the falcon. Now all this time neither the cat nor the falcon had had any food, and the falcon soon got tired carrying such a heavy burden. When night arrived he declared he could go no further, but would spend it on the banks of a river. "And it is my turn to take care of the stone," said he, "or it will seem as if you had done everything and I had nothing." "No, I got it, and I will keep it," answered the cat, who was tired and cross, and they began a fine quarrel. But unluckily in the midst of it the cat raised her voice, and the stone fell into the ear of a big fish which happened to be swimming by, and though both the cat and the falcon sprang into the water after it, they were too late. Half drowned and more than half choked, the 2 faithful servants scrambled back to land again. The falcon flew to a tree and spread his wings in the sun to dry, but the cat, after giving herself a good shake, began to scratch up at the sandy banks and to throw the bits into the stream. "What are you doing that for?" asked a little fish. "Do you know that you are making the water quite muddy?" "That doesn't matter at all to me," answered the cat. "I am going to fill up all the rivers so that the fishes may die." "That is very unkind, as we have never done you any harm," replied the fish. "Why are you so angry with us?" "Because one of you has got a stone of mine, a stone with strange signs upon it, which dropped into the water. If you will promise to get it back for me, why, perhaps I will leave your river alone." "I will certainly try," answered the fish in a great hurry, "but you must have a little patience, as it may not be an easy task." And in an instant his scales might be seen flashing quickly along. The fish swam as fast as he could to the sea, which was not far distant, and calling together all his relations who lived in the neighborhood, he told them of the terrible danger which threatened the dwellers in the river. "None of us has got it," said the fishes, shaking their heads. "But in the bay yonder there is a tunny who, although he is so old, always goes everywhere. He will be able to tell you about it if anyone can." So the little fish swam off to the tunny and again related his story. "Why, I was up at that river only a few hours ago," cried the tunny, "and as I was coming back something fell into my ear, and there it is still, for I went to sleep when I got home and forgot all about it. Perhaps it may be what you want." And stretching up his tail he whisked out the stone. "Yes, I think that must be it," said the fish with joy, and taking the stone in his mouth he carried it to the place where the cat was waiting for him. "Ah, I am much obliged to you," said the cat, as the fish laid the stone on the sand, "and to reward you I will let your river alone." And she mounted the falcon's back, and they flew to their master. Ah, how glad he was to see them again with the magic stone in their possession. In a moment he had wished for a palace, but this time it was of green marble, and then he wished for the princess and her ladies to occupy it, and there they lived for many years. And when the old king died, the princess's husband reigned in his stead. End of The Clever Cat. Recording by Puno.
Chapter 14 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Story of Manus, adapted from Contes Berberis. Far away over the sea of the west, there reigned a king who had 2 sons. And the name of the one was Oriel, and the name of the other was Iarlaid. When the boys were still children, their father and mother died, and a great council was held, and a man was chosen from among them who would rule the kingdom till the boys were old enough to rule it themselves. The years passed on, and by another council was held, and it was agreed that the king's sons were now of an age to take the power which rightly belonged to them. So the youths were bidden to appear before the council, and Oriel, the elder, was smaller and weaker than his brother. "I like not to leave the deer on a hill and the fish in the rivers, and sit in judgment on my people," said Oriel, when he had listened to the words of the chief of the council. And the chief waxed angrily, and answered quickly, "Not 1 clod of earth shall ever be yours if this day you do not take on yourself the vows that were taken by the king your father." Then spake Iarlaid the younger, and he said, "Let 1/2 be yours, and the other give to me, when you will have fewer people to rule over." "Yes, I will do that," answered Oriel. After this, 1/2 of the men of the land of Lochlann did homage to Oriel, and the other half to Iarlaid. And they governed their kingdoms as they would, and in a few years they began grown men with beards on their chins. And Iarlaid married the daughter of the king of Greece, and Oriel the daughter of the king of Orkney. The next year sons were born to Oriel and Iarlaid, and the son of Oriel was big and strong, but the son of Iarlaid was little and weak, and each had 6 foster brothers who went everywhere with the princes. One day Manus, son of Oriel, and his cousin, the son of Iarlaid, called to their foster brothers, and bade them come and play a game at shinny in the great field near the school where they were taught all that princes and nobles should know. Long they played, and swiftly did the ball pass from one to another. When Manus drove the ball at his cousin, the son of Iarlaid, the boy, who was not used to be roughly handled, even in jest, cried out that he was sorely hurt, and went home with his foster brothers, and told his tale to his mother. The wife of Iarlaid grew white and angry as she listened. The thrusting her son aside, sought the council hall where Iarlaid was sitting. "Manus had driven a ball at my son, and fain would have slain him," said she. "Let an end be put to him and his ill deeds." But Iarlaid answered, "Nay, I will not slay the son of my brother." "And he shall not slay my son," said the queen, and calling to her chamberlain she ordered him to lead the prince to the 4 brown boundaries of the world, and to leave him there with a wise man who would care for him, and let no harm befall him. And the wise man set the boy on the top of a hill where the sun always shone, and he could see every man, but no man could see him. Then he summoned Manus to the castle, and for a whole year she kept him fast, and his own mother could not get speech of him. But in the end, when the wife of Oriel fell sick, Manus fled from the tower, which was his prison, and stole back to his own home. For a few years he stayed there in peace, and then with the wife of Iarlaid his uncle sent for him. "It is time that you were married," she said, when she saw that Manus had grown tall and strong like Unto Iarlaid. "Tall and strong you are, and comely of face. I know a bride that will suit you well, and that is the daughter of the mighty Earl of Finghaidh, that does homage for his lands to me. I myself will go with a great following to his house, and you shall go with me." Thus it was done, and though the earl's wife was eager to keep her daughter with her yet a while, she was fain to yield, as the wife of Iarlaid vowed that not a rood of land should Earl have, unless he did her bidding. But if he would give his daughter to Manus, she would bestow on him the third part of her own kingdom, with much treasure to destroy him. So they were married, and rode back with the wife of Iarlaid to her own palace. And that night, while he was sleeping, there came a wise man, who was his father's friend, and awoke him, saying, "Danger lies very close to you, Manus, son of Oriel. You hold yourself favored because you have as a bride the daughter of a mighty earl. But do you know what bride the wife of Iarlaid sought for her own son? It was no worldly wife she found for him, but the swift March wind, and never can you prevail against her." "Is it thus?" answered Manu. And at the first streak of dawn he went to the chamber where the queen lay in the midst of her maidens. "I have come," he said, "for the third part of the kingdom, and for the treasure which you promised me." But the wife of Iarlaid laughed as she heard him. "Not a clod shall you have here," spake he. "You must go to the old Bergen for that. Mayhap under its stones and rough mountains you may find a treasure." "Then give me your son's 6 foster brothers, as well as my own," answered he, and the queen gave them to him, and they set out for old Bergen. A year passed by, and found them still in the wild land, hunting the reindeer, and digging pits for the mountain sheep to fall into. For a time Manus and his companions lived merrily, but at length Manus grew weary of the strange country, and they all took ship for the land of Lochlann. The wind was fierce and cold, and long was the voyage. But one spring day they sailed into the harbour that lay beneath the castle of Iarlaid. The queen looked from her window, and beheld him mounting the hill, with 12 foster brothers behind him. Then she said to her husband, "Manus has returned with his 12 foster brothers. Would that I could put an end to him, and his murdering and his slaying." "That were a great pity," answered Iarlaid, "and it was not that I will do it." "If you will not do it, I will," said she, and she called the 12 foster brothers, and made them vow fealty to herself. So Manus was left with no man, and sorrowful was he when he returned alone to old Bergen. It was late when his foot touched the shore, and took the path towards the forest. On his way there met him a man in red tunic. "It is you, Manus, come back again?" asked he. "It is I," answered Manus. "Alone have I returned from the land of Lochlann." The man eyed him silently for a moment, and then he said, "I dreamed that you were girt with a sword and became king of Lochlann." But Manus answered, "I have no sword, and my bow is broken." "I will give you a new sword, if you will make me a promise," said the man once more. "To be sure I will make it, if ever I am king," answered Manus. "But speak, and tell me what promise I am to make." "I was your grandfather's armourer," replied the man, "and I wish to be your armourer also." "That I will promise readily," said Manus, and followed the man into his house, which was at a little distance. But the house was not like other houses, for the walls of every room were hung so thick with arms that you could not see the boards. "Choose that you will," said the man, and Manus unhooked a sword and tried it across his knee, and it broke, and so did the next, and the next. "Leave off breaking the swords," cried the man, "and look at this old sword and helmet and tunic that I wore in the wars of your grandfather. Perhaps you may find them of stouter steel." And Manus bent the sword thrice across his knee, but he could not break it. So he girded it to his side, and put on the old helmet. As he fastened the strap, his eye fell on a cloth flapping outside the window. "What cloth is that?" asked he. "It was a cloth that was woven by the little people of the forest," said the man, and when you are hungry it will give you food and drink. And if you meet a foe, he will not hurt you, but will stoop and kiss the back of your hand in token of submission. Take it and use it well." Manus gladly wrapped the shawl around his arm, and was leaving the house, when he heard the rattling of the chain blown by the wind. "What chain is that?" asked he. "The creature who has that chain round his neck need not fear 100 enemies," answered the armourer, and Manus wound it and round him and passed on into the forest. Suddenly there sprang out from the bushes 2 lions and a lion cub with them. The fierce beast wounded towards him, roaring loudly, and would fain have eaten him. But quickly Manus stooped and spread the cloth upon the ground. At that the lions stopped, and bowing their great hands, kissed the back of his wrist, and went their ways. But the cub rolled itself up in the cloth, so Manus picked them both up, and carried them with him to the Old Bergen. Another year went by, and then he took the lion cub and set forth to the land of Lochlann, and the wife of Iarlaid came to meet him, and a brown dog, small but full of courage, came with her. When the dog beheld the lion cub, he rushed towards him, thinking to eat him, but the cub caught the dog by the neck and shook him, and he was dead. And the wife of Iarlaid mourned him sore, and her wrath was kindled, and many times she tried to slay Manus and his cub, but she could not. And at last they too went back to Old Bergen, and the 12 foster brothers went also. "Let them go," said the wife of Iarlaid, when she heard of it. "My brother, the Red Gruagach, will take the head off Manus as well in Old Bergen as elsewhere." Now these words were carried by a messenger to the wife of Oriel, and she made haste and set a ship to Old Bergen to bear away her son before the Red Gruagach should take the head off him, and in the ship was a pilot. But the wife of Iarlaid made a thick fog to cover the face of the sea, and the rowers could not row, lest they should drive the ship on to a rock. And when the night came, the lion cub, whose eyes were bright and keen, stole up to Manus, and Manus got on his back, and the lion cub sprang ashore and bade Manus rest on the rock and wait for him. So Manus slept, and by a voice sounded in his ears, saying, "Arise!" And he saw a ship in the water beneath him, and in the ship sat the lion cub in the shape of the pilot. Then they sailed away through the fog, and none saw them, and they reached the land of Lochlann. And the lion cub, with the chain round his neck, sprang from the ship, and Manus followed after. And the lion cub killed all the men that guarded the castle, and Iarlaid and his wife also, so that, in the end, Manus, son of Oriel, was crowned king of Lochlann. End of the story of Manus. Chapter 15 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. Pinkle the Thief, shortened from West Highland Tales. Long, long ago there lived a widow who had 3 sons. The 2 eldest were grown up, and though they were known to be idle fellows, some of the neighbors had given them work to do on account of the respect in which their mother was held. But at the time this story begins, they had both been so careless and idle that their masters declared they would keep them no longer. So home they went to their mother and youngest brother, of whom they thought little, because he made himself useful about the house, and looked after the hens, and milked the cow Pinkle. They called him in scorn, and by Pinkle became his name throughout the village. The 2 young men thought it was much nicer to live at home and be idle than to be obliged to do a quantity of disagreeable things they did not like, and they would have stayed by the fire till the end of their lives, had not the widow lost patience with them, and said that since they would not look for work at home, they must seek it elsewhere, for she would not have them under the roof any longer. But she repented bitterly of her words when Pinkle told her that he too was old enough to go out into the world, and that when he made a fortune he could send for his mother to keep house for him. The widow wept many tears at parting from her youngest son, but as she saw that his heart was set upon going with his brothers, she did not try to keep him. So the young men started off one morning in high spirits, never doubting that work such as they might be willing to do would be had for the asking, as soon as their little store of money was spent. But a very few days of wandering opened their eyes. Nobody seemed to want them, or if they did, the young man declared that they were not able to undertake all that the farmers or millers or woodcutters required of them. The youngest brother, who was wiser, would gladly have done some of the work that the others refused, but he was small and slight, and no one thought of offering him any. Therefore he went from one place to another, living only on the fruit and nuts they could find in the woods, and getting hungrier every day. One night, after they had been walking for many hours, and were very tired, they came to a large lake with an island in the middle of it. From the island streamed a long light, by which they could see everything almost as clearly as if the sun had been shining, and they perceived that, lying half hidden in the rushes, was a boat. "Let us take it and row over to the island, where there must be a house," said the eldest brother, "and perhaps they will give us food and shelter." And they all got in and rowed across in the direction of the light. As they drew near the island, they saw that it came from a golden lantern hanging over the door of a hut, while sweet tinkling music proceeded from some bells attached to the golden horns of a goat which was feeding near the cottage. The young men's hearts rejoiced as they thought that at last they would be able to rest their weary limbs, and they entered the hut, but were amazed to see an ugly old woman inside, wrapped in a cloak of gold, which lighted up the whole house. They looked at each other uneasily as she came forward with her daughter, as they knew by the cloak that this was a famous witch. "What do you want?" asked she, at the same time singing to her daughter to stir the large pot on the fire. "We are tired and hungry, and would fain have shelter for the night," answered the eldest brother. "You cannot get it here," said the witch, "but you will find both food and shelter in the place on the other side of the lake. Take your boat and go, but leave this boy with me. I can find work for him, though something tells me he is quick and cunning, and will do me ill." "What harm can a poor boy like me do a great troll like you?" answered Pinkle. "Let me go, I pray you, with my brothers. I will promise never to hurt you." And at last the witch let him go, and he followed his brothers to the boat. The way was further than they thought, and it was morning before they reached the palace. Now at last their luck seemed to have turned, for while the two eldest were given places in the king's stables, Pinkle was taken as page to the little prince. He was a clever and amusing boy, who saw everything that passed under his eyes, and the king noticed this, and often employed him in his own service, which made his brothers very jealous. Things went on this way for some time, and Pinkle every day rose in that royal favor. At length the envy of his brothers became so great that they could bear it no longer, and consulted it together how best they might ruin his credit with the king. They did not wish to kill him, though perhaps they would not have been sorry if they had heard he was dead, but merely wished to remind him that he was after all only a child, not half so old and wise as they. Their opportunity soon came. It happened to be the king's custom to visit his stables once a week, so that he might see that his horses were being properly cared for. The next time he entered the stables with two brothers, managed to be in the way, and when the king praised the beautiful satin skins of the horses under their charge, and remarked how different was their condition when his grooms had first come across the lake, the young men at once began to speak of the wonderful light which sprang from the lantern over the hut. The king, who had a passion for collecting all the rarest things he could find, fell into the trap directly, and inquired where he could get this marvelous lantern. "Send Pinkle for it, sire," said they. "It belongs to an old witch, who no doubt came by it in some evil way. But Pinkle has a smooth tongue, and he can get the better of any woman, old or young." "Then bid him go this very night," cried the king, and if he brings me the lantern, I will make him one of the chief men about my person." Pinkel was much pleased at the thought of this avenger, and without more ado he borrowed a little boat which lay moored to the shore, and rowed over to the island at once. It was late by the time he arrived, and almost dark, but he knew by the savoury smell that reached him that the witch was cooking her supper. So he climbed softly onto the roof, and peering, watched till the old woman's back was turned, when he quickly drew a handful of salt from his pocket and threw it into the pot. Scarcely had he done this when the witch called her daughter, and it bade her lift the pot off the fire and put the stew into a dish, as it had been cooking quite long enough, and she was hungry. But no sooner had she tasted it than she put her spoon down, and declared that her daughter must have been meddling with it, for it was impossible to eat anything that was all made of salt. "Go down to the spring in the valley, and get some fresh water, that I may prepare a fresh supper," cried she, "for I feel half starved." "But, mother," answered the girl, "how can I find the well in the darkness? For you know that the lantern's rays shed no light down there." "Well, then, take the lantern with you," answered the witch, "for supper I must have, and there is no water that is nearer." So the girl took her pail in one hand, and the golden lantern in the other, and hastened away to the wall, followed by Pinkel, who took care to keep out of the way of the rays. When at last she stooped to fill her pail at the well, Pinkel pushed her into it, and snatching up the lantern, hurried back to his boat and rowed off from the shore. He was already a long distance from the island when the witch, who wondered what had become of her daughter, went to the door to look for her. Close around the hut was thick darkness, but what was that bobbing light that streamed across the water? The witch's heart sank as all at once it flashed upon her what had happened. "Is that you, Pinkel?" cried she, and the youth answered, "Yes, dear mother, it is I." "And you are not a knave for robbing me?" said she. "Truly, dear mother, I am," replied Pinkel, rowing faster than ever, for he was half afraid that the witch might come after him. But she had no power on the water, and turned angrily into the hut, muttering to herself all the while, take care! Take care! A second time you will not escape so easily." The sun had not yet risen when Pinkel returned to the palace, and entering the king's chamber he held up the lantern so that its rays might fall upon the bed. In an instant the king awoke, and seeing the golden lantern shedding its light upon him, he sprang up and embraced Pinkel with joy. "O cunning one," cried he, "what treasure hast thou brought me?" And calling for his attendants, he ordered that rooms next his own should be prepared for Pinkel, and that the youth might enter his presence at any hour, and besides this, he was to have a seat on the council. It may easily be guessed that all this made the brothers more envious than they were before, and they cast about in their minds afresh how best they might destroy him. At length they remembered the goat with golden horns and the bells, and they rejoiced, "For," said they, "this time the old woman will be on the watch, and let him be as clever as he likes. The bells on the horns are sure to warn her." So when, as before, the king came down to the stables and praised the cleverness of their brother, the young men told him of that other marvel possessed by the witch, the goat with the golden horns. From this moment the king never closed his eyes at night for longing after this wonderful creature. He understood something of the danger that there might be in trying to steal it. Now that the witch's suspicions were aroused, and he spent hours in making plans for outwitting her, but somehow he never could think of anything that would do, and at last, as the brothers had foreseen, he sent for Pinkel. "I hear," he said, "that the old witch on the island has a goat with golden horns, from which hang bells that twinkle the sweetest music. That goat I must have. But tell me, how am I to get it? I would give the third part of my kingdom to anyone who would bring it to me." "I will fetch it myself," answered Pinkel. "This time It was easier for Pinkle to approach the island unseen, as there was no golden lantern to throw its beams over the water. But on the other hand, the goat slept inside the hut, and would therefore have to be taken from under the very eyes of the old woman. How was he to do it? All the way across the lake he thought and thought, till at length a plan came into his head which seemed as if it might do, though he knew it would be very difficult to carry out. The first thing he did when he reached the shore was to look about for a piece of wood, and when he had found it, he hid himself close to the hut, till it grew quite dark and near the hour when the witch and her daughter went to bed. Then he crept up and fixed the wood under the door, which opened outwards, in such a manner that the more you tried to shut it, the more firmly it stuck. And this was what happened when the girl went as usual to bolt the door and make all fast for the night. "What are you doing?" asked the witch, as her daughter kept tugging at the handle. "There is something matter with the door. It won't shut," answered she. "Well, leave it alone. There is nobody to hurt us," said the witch, who was very sleepy, and the girl did as she was bid, and went to bed. Very soon they both might have been heard snoring, and Pinkle knew that his time was come. Slipping off his shoes, he stole into the hut on tiptoe, and taking from his pocket some food of which the goat was particularly fond, he laid it under his nose. Then, while the animal was eating it, he stuffed each golden bell with wool, which he had also brought with him, stopping every minute to listen, lest the witch would awaken, and he could find himself changed into some dreadful bird or beast. But the snoring still continued, and he went on with his work as quickly as he could. When the last spell was done, he drew another handful of food out of his pocket, and held it to the goat, which instantly rose to its feet, and followed Pinkle, who backed slowly to the door, and directly he got outside, he seized the goat in his arms, and ran down to the place where he had moored his boat. As soon as he had reached the middle of the lake, Pinkle took the wool out of the bells, which began to tinkle loudly. Their sound awoke the witch, who cried out as before, "Is that you, Pinkle?" "Yes, dear mother, it is I," said Pinkle. "Have you stolen my golden goat?" asked she. "Yes, dear mother, I have," answered Pinkle. "Are you not a knave, Pinkle?" "Yes, dear mother, I am," he replied, and the old witch shouted in a rage, "Ah! Beware how you come hither again, for next time you shall not escape me." But Pinkle laughed and rode on. The king was so delighted with the goat that he always kept it by his side night and day, and as he had promised, Pinkle was made ruler over the third part of the kingdom. As may be supposed, the brothers were more furious than ever, and grew quite thin with rage. "How can we get rid of him?" said one to the other. At length they remembered the golden cloak. "He will need to be clever if he is to steal that," they cried, with a chuckle. And when next the king came to see his horses, they began to speak of Pinkle, and his marvellous cunning, and how he had contrived to steal the lantern and the goat, which nobody else would have been able to do. But as he was there, "It is a pity he could not have brought away the golden cloak," asked they. "The golden cloak? What is that?" asked the king. And the young men described its beauties in such glowing words that the king declared he should never know a day's happiness until he had wrapped the cloak round his own shoulders. "And," added he, "the man who brings it to me shall wed my daughter, and shall inherit my throne." "None can get it to save Pinkle," said they, for they did not imagine that the witch, after 2 warnings, could allow their brother to escape a third time. So Pinkle was sent for, and with a glad heart he set out. He passed many hours inventing first one plan and then another, till he had a scheme ready which he thought might prove successful. Thrusting a large bag inside his coat, he pushed off from the shore, taking care this time to reach the island in daylight. Having made his boat fast to a tree, he walked up to the hut, hanging his head and putting on a face that was both sorrowful and ashamed. "Is that you, Pinkle?" asked the witch when she saw him, her eyes gleaming savagely. "Yes, dear mother, it is I," answered Pinkle. "So you have dared, after all you have done, to put yourself in my power?" cried she. "Well, you shan't escape me this time!" And she took down a large knife and began to sharpen it. "Oh, dear mother, spare me!" shrieked Pinkle, falling on his knees and looking wildly about him. "Spare you, indeed, you thief! Where are my lantern and my goat? No, not. There is only one fate for robbers." And she branded the knife in the air so that it glittered in the firelight. "Then, if I must die," said Pinkle, who by this time was getting really rather frightened, "let me at least choose the matter of my death. I am very hungry, for I have had nothing to eat all day. Put some poison, if you like, into the porridge, but at least let me have a good meal before I die." "That is not a bad idea," answered the woman. "As long as you do die, it is all one to me." And ladling out a large bowl of porridge, she stirred some poisonous herbs into it, and set about work that had to be done. Then Pinkle hastily poured all the contents of the bowl into his bag, and made a great noise with his spoon, as if he was scraping up the last morsel. "Poison or not, the porridge is excellent. I have eaten it very scrap. Do not give me some more," said Pinkle, turning towards her. "Well, you have a fine appetite, young man," answered the witch. "However, it is the last time you will ever eat it, so I will give you another bowlful." And rubbing it into the poisonous herbs, she poured him out half of what remained, and then went to the window to call her cat. In an instant Pinkle again emptied the porridge into the bag, and in the next minute he rolled on the floor, twisting himself about as if in agony, uttering loud groans the while. Suddenly he grew silent and lay still. "Ah, I thought a second dose of that poison would be too much for you," said the witch, looking at him. "I warned you what would happen if you came back. I wish that all thieves were as dead as you. But why does not my lazy girl bring the wood I sent her for? It will soon be too dark for her to find her way. I suppose I must go and search for her. What a trouble girls are!" And she went to the door to watch if there were any signs of her daughter, but nothing could be seen of her, and heavy rain was falling. "It is too night for my cloak," she muttered. "It would be covered with mud by the time I got back." So she took it off her shoulders and hung it carefully up in a cupboard in the room. After that she put on her clogs and started to seek her daughter. Directly the last sound of the clogs had ceased, Pinkle jumped up and took down the cloak and rode off as fast as he could. He had not gone far when a puff of wind unfolded the cloak, and its brightness shed gleams across the water. The witch, who was just entering the forest, turned round at that moment and saw the golden rays. She forgot all about her daughter, and ran down to the shore, screaming with rage at being outwitted a third time. "Is that you, Pinkle?" cried she. "Yes, dear mother, it is I." "Have you taken my gold cloak?" "Yes, dear mother, I have." "Are you not a great knave?" "Yes, truly, dear mother, I am." And so indeed he was. But all the same he carried the cloak to the king's palace, and in return he received the hand of the king's daughter in marriage. People said that it was the bride who ought to have worn the cloak at her wedding feast, but the king was so pleased with it that he would not part from it, and to the end of his life was never seen without it. After his death Pinkle became king, and let up hope that he gave up his bad and thievish ways, and ruled his subjects well. As for his brothers, he did not punish them, but left them in the stables, where they grumbled all day long. End of Pinkle the Thief.
Chapter 16 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Adventures of a Jackal. Thorpe's Yuletide Stories. In a country which is full of wild beasts of all sorts, there once lived a jackal and a hedgehog, and unlike though they were, the two animals made great friends and were often seen in each other's company. One afternoon they were walking along a road together, when the jackal, who was the taller of the two, exclaimed, "Oh, there is a barn full of corn. Let us go and eat some." "Yes, do let us," answered the hedgehog. So they went to the barn and ate till they could eat no more. Then the jackal put on his shoes, which he had taken off so as to make no noise, and they returned to the high road. After they had gone some way they met a panther, who stopped, and bowing politely said, "Excuse my speaking to you, but I cannot help admiring those shoes of yours. Do you mind telling me who made them?" "Yes, I think they are rather nice," answered the jackal. "I made them myself, though." "Could you make me a pair like them?" asked the panther eagerly. "I would do my best, of course," replied the jackal, "but you must kill me a cow, and when we have eaten the flesh I will take the skin and make your shoes out of it." So the panther prowled about until he saw a fine cow grazing apart from the rest of the herd. He killed it instantly, and then gave a cry to the jackal and the hedgehog to come to the place where he was. They soon skinned the dead beast and spread its skin out to dry, after which they had a grand feast before they curled themselves up for the night and slept soundly. Next morning the jackal got up early and set to work upon the shoes, while the panther sat by and looked on with delight. At last they were finished, and the jackal arose and stretched himself. "Now go and lay them in the sun out there," said he. "In a couple of hours they will be ready to put on, but do not attempt to wear them before, or you will feel most uncomfortable. But I see the sun is high in the heavens, and we must be continuing our journey." The panther, who always believed what everybody told him, did exactly as he was bid, and in 2 hours' time began to fasten on the shoes. They certainly set off his paws wonderfully, and he stretched out his forepaws and looked at them with pride. But when he tried to walk, that was another story. They were so stiff and hard that he nearly shrieked every step he took, and at last he sank down where he was and actually began to cry. After some time some little partridges who were hopping about heard the poor panther's groans, and went up to see what was the matter. He had never tried to make his dinner off them, and they had always been quite friendly. "You seem in pain," said one of them, fluttering close to him. "Can we help you?" "Oh, it is the jackal. He made me these shoes. They are so hard and tight that they hurt my feet, and I cannot manage to kick them off." "Lie still, and we will soften them," answered the kind little partridge, and calling to his brothers, they all flew to the nearest spring and carried water in their beaks, which they poured over the shoes. This they did till the hard leather grew soft, and the panther was able to slip his feet out of them. "Oh, thank you," he cried, skipping around with joy. "I feel a different creature. Now I will go after the jackal and pay him my debts." And he bounded away into the forest. But the jackal had been very cunning, and had trotted backwards and forwards and in and out, so that it was very difficult to know which track he had really followed. At length, however, the panther caught sight of his enemy, at the same moment that the jackal had caught sight of him. The panther gave a loud roar and sprang forward, but the jackal was too quick for him, and plunged into a dense thicket, where the panther could not follow. Disgusted with his failure, but more angry than ever, the panther lay down for a while to consider what he should do next, and as he was thinking an old man came by. "Oh, father, tell me how I can repay the jackal for the way he has served me," and without more ado he told his story. "If you take my advice," answered the old man, "you will kill a cow and invite all the jackals in the forest to the feast. Watch them carefully while they are eating, and you will see that most of them keep their eyes on their food, but if one of them glances at you, you will know he is the traitor." The panther, whose manners were always good, thanked the old man and followed his counsel. The cow was killed, and the partridges flew about with invitations to the jackals, who gathered in large numbers to the feast. The wicked jackal came amongst them, but as the panther had only seen him once, he could not distinguish him from the rest. However, they all took their dinner in wooden seats placed around the dead cow, which was laid across the boughs of a fallen tree, and began their dinner, each jackal fixing his eyes greedily on the piece of meat before him. Only one of them seemed uneasy, and every now and then glanced in the direction of his host. This the panther noticed, and suddenly made a bound at the culprit and seized his tail. But again the jackal was too quick for him, and catching up a knife he cut off his tail and darted into the forest, followed by all the rest of the party. And before the panther had recovered from his surprise he found himself alone. "What am I to do now?" he asked the old man, who soon came back to see how things had turned out. "It is very unfortunate, certainly," answered he, "but I think I know where you can find him. There is a melon garden about 2 miles from here, and as jackals are very fond of melons, they are nearly sure to have gone there to feed. If you see a tailless jackal, you will know that is the one you want." So the panther thanked him and went his way. Now the jackal had guessed what advice the old man would give his enemy. And so, while his friends were greedily eating the ripest melons in the sunniest corner of the garden, he stole behind them and tied their tails together. He had only just finished when his ears caught the sound of breaking branches, and he cried, "Quick, quick! Here comes the master of the garden!" And the jackals sprang up and ran away in all directions, leaving their tails behind them. And how was the panther to know which was his enemy? "They none of them had any tails," he said sadly to the old man, "and I am tired of hunting them. I shall leave them alone and go and catch something for supper." Of course the hedgehog had not been able to take part in any of these adventures. But as soon as all danger was over, the jackal went to look for his friend, whom he was lucky enough to find at home. "Ah, there you are," he said gaily. "I have lost my tail since I saw you last, and other people have lost theirs too. But that is no matter. I am hungry, so come with me to the shepherd who is sitting over there, and we will ask him to sell us one of his sheep." "Yes, that is a good plan," answered the hedgehog, and he walked as fast as his little legs would go to keep up with the jackal. When they reached the shepherd, the jackal pulled out his purse from under his foreleg and made his bargain. "Only wait till tomorrow," said the shepherd, "and I will give you the biggest sheep you ever saw. But he always feeds at some distance from the rest of the flock, and it would take me a long time to catch him." "Well, it is very tiresome, but I suppose I must wait," replied the jackal, and he and the hedgehog looked about for a nice dry cave in which to make themselves comfortable for the night. But after they had gone, the shepherd killed one of his sheep and stripped off his skin, which he sewed tightly around a greyhound he had with him, and put a cord around his neck. Then he lay down and went to sleep. Very, very early, before the sun was properly up, the jackal and the hedgehog were pulling at the shepherd's cloak. "Wake up," they said, "and give us that sheep. We have had nothing to eat all night, and we are hungry." The shepherd yawned and rubbed his eyes. "He is tied to that tree. Go and take him." So they went to the tree and unfastened the cord, and turned to go back to the cave where they had slept, dragging the greyhound after them. When they reached the cave, the jackal said to the hedgehog, "Before I kill him, let me see whether he is fat or thin." And he stood a little way back so that he might the better examine the animal. After looking at him with his head to one side for a minute or two, he nodded gravely. "He is quite fat enough. He is a good sheep." But the hedgehog, who sometimes showed more cunning than anyone would have guessed, answered, "My friend, you are talking nonsense. The wool is indeed sheep's wool, but the paws of my uncle the greyhound peep out from underneath." "He is a sheep," repeated the jackal, who did not like to think anyone cleverer than himself. "Hold the cord while I look at him," answered the hedgehog. Very unwillingly the jackal held the rope, while the hedgehog walked slowly round the greyhound till he reached the jackal again. He knew quite well by the paws and the tail that it was a greyhound and not a sheep that the shepherd had sold them, and as he could not tell what turns affairs might take, he resolved to get out of the way. "Oh yes, you are right," he said to the jackal, "but I never can eat till I have drunk first. I will just go and quench my thirst from the spring at the edge of the wood, and then I shall be ready for breakfast." "Don't be long then," called the jackal, as the hedgehog hurried off at his best pace, and he lay down under a rock to wait for him. More than an hour passed by, and the hedgehog had had plenty of time to go to the spring and back, and still there was no sign of him. And this was very natural, as he had hidden himself in the long grass under a tree. At length the jackal guessed that for some reason his friend had run away, and determined to wait for his breakfast no longer. So he went up to the place where the greyhound had been tethered and untied the rope. But just as he was about to spring on his back and give him a deadly bite, the jackal heard a low growl, which never proceeded from the throat of any sheep. Like a flash of lightning, the jackal threw down the cord and was flying across the plain. But though his legs were long, the greyhound's were still longer, and he soon came up with his prey. The jackal turned to fight, but he was no match for the greyhound, and in a few minutes he was lying dead on the ground, while the greyhound was trotting peacefully back to the shepherd. End of the Adventures of a Jackal. Recording by Ellie, January 2010. Chapter 17 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Adventures of the Jackal's Eldest Son. Nouveau Conte Berberé par René Basset. Now, though the jackal was dead, he had left two sons behind him, every whit as cunning and tricky as their father. The elder of the two was a fine handsome creature, who had a pleasant manner and made many friends. The animal he saw most often was a hyena, and one day, when they were taking a walk together, they picked up a beautiful green cloak, which had evidently been dropped by someone riding across the plain on a camel. Of course each wanted to have it, and they almost quarrelled over the matter. But at length it was settled that the hyena should wear the cloak by day and the jackal by night. After a little while, however, The jackal became discontent with this arrangement, declaring that none of his friends, who were quite different from those of the hyena, could see the splendor of the mantle, and that it was only fair that he should sometimes be allowed to wear it by day. To this the hyena would by no means consent, and they were on the eve of a quarrel when the hyena proposed that they should ask the lion to judge between them. The jackal agreed to this, and the hyena wrapped a cloak about him, and they both trotted off to the lion's den. The jackal, who was fond of talking, at once told the story, and when it was finished the lion turned to the hyena and asked if it was true. "Quite true, your majesty," answered the hyena. "Then lay the cloak on the ground at my feet," said the lion, "and I will give my judgment." So the mantle was spread upon the red earth, and the hyena and the jackal standing on each side of it. There was silence for a few moments, and then the lion sat up, looking great and wise. "My judgment is that the garment shall belong wholly to whoever first rings the bell of the nearest mosque at dawn tomorrow. Now go, for much business awaits me." All that night the hyena sat up, fearing lest the jackal should reach the bell before him, for the mosque was close at hand. With the first streak of dawn he bounded away to the bell, just as the jackal, who had slept soundly all night, was rising to his feet. "Good luck to you!" cried the jackal, and throwing the cloak over his back he darted across the plain, and was seen no more by his friend the hyena. After running several miles the jackal thought he was safe from pursuit, and seeing a lion and another hyena talking together, he strolled up to join them. "Good morning," he said. "May I ask you what is the matter? You seem very serious about something." "Pray sit down," answered the lion. "We were wondering in which direction we should go to find the best dinner. The hyena wishes to go to the forest, and I to the mountains. What do you say?" "Well, as I was sauntering over the plain just now, I noticed a flock of sheep grazing, and some of them had wandered into a little valley quite out of sight of the shepherd. If you keep among the rocks you will never be observed. But perhaps you will allow me to go with you and show you the way?" "You are really very kind," answered the lion, and they crept steadily along till at length they reached the mouth of the valley, where a ram, a sheep, and a lamb were feeding on the rich grass, unconscious of their danger. "How shall we divide them?" asked the lion in a whisper to the hyena. "Oh, it is easily done," replied the hyena. "The lamb for me, the sheep for the jackal, and the ram for the lion." "So I am to have that lean creature which has nothing but horns, am I?" cried the lion in a rage. "I will teach you to divide things in that manner." And he gave the hyena two great blows, which stretched him dead in a moment. Then he turned to the jackal and said, "How would you divide them?" "Quite differently from the hyena," replied the jackal. "You will breakfast off the lamb, you will dine off the sheep, and you will sup off the ram." "Dear me, how clever you are! Who taught you such wisdom?" exclaimed the lion, looking at him admiringly. "The fate of the hyena," answered the jackal, laughing, and running off at his best speed, for he saw two men armed with spears coming close behind the lion. The jackal continued to run until at last he could run no longer. He flung himself under a tree panting for breath, when he heard a rustle amongst the grass, and his father's old friend the hedgehog appeared before him. "Oh, is it you?" asked the little creature. "How strange that we should meet so far from home." "I have just had a narrow escape of my life," gasped the jackal, "and I need some sleep. After that we must think of something to do to amuse ourselves." And he lay down again and slept soundly for a couple of hours. "Now I am ready," said he. "Do you have anything to propose?" "In a valley beyond those trees," answered the hedgehog, "there is a small farmhouse where the best butter in the world is made. I know their ways, and in an hour's time the farmer's wife will be off to milk the cows, which she keeps at some distance. We could easily get in at the window of the shed where she keeps the butter, and I will watch, lest someone should come unexpectedly, while you have a good meal, and then you shall watch and I will eat." "That sounds a good plan," replied the jackal, and they set off together. But when they reached the farmhouse the jackal said to the hedgehog, "Go in and fetch the pots of butter, and I will hide them in a safe place." "Oh no," cried the hedgehog, "I really couldn't. They would find out directly, and besides it is so difficult just eating a little now and then." "Do as I bid you at once," said the jackal, looking at the hedgehog so sternly that the little fellow dared say no more, and soon rolled the jars to the window, where the jackal lifted them out one by one. When they were all in a row before him he gave a sudden start. "Run for your life," he whispered to his companion. "I see the woman coming over the hill." And the hedgehog, his heart beating, set off as fast as he could. The jackal remained where he was, shaking with laughter, for the woman was not in sight at all, and he had only sent the hedgehog away because he did not want him to know where the jars of butter were buried. But every day he stole out to the hiding place and had a most delicious feast. At length one morning the hedgehog suddenly said, "You never told me what you did to those jars." "Oh, I hid them safely till the farm people should have forgotten all about them," replied the jackal. "But as they are still searching for them, we must wait a little longer, then I'll bring them home, and we'll share them between us." So the hedgehog waited and waited, but every time he asked if there was no chance of getting the jars of butter, the jackal put him off with some excuse. After a while the hedgehog became suspicious and said, "I should like to know where you have hidden them. Tonight, when it is quite dark, you shall show me the place." "I really can't tell you," answered the jackal. "You talk so much that you would be sure to confide the secret to somebody, and then we should have had our trouble for nothing, besides of running the risk of our necks being broken by the farmer. I can see that he is getting disheartened, and very soon he will give up the search. Have patience just a little longer." The hedgehog said no more and pretended to be satisfied, but when some days had gone by he woke the jackal, who was sleeping soundly after a hunt which had lasted several hours. "I have just had notice," remarked the hedgehog, shaking him, "that my family wish to have a banquet tomorrow, and they have invited you to it. Will you come?" "Certainly," answered the jackal, "with pleasure, but as I have to go out in the evening you can meet me on the road." "That will do very well," replied the hedgehog, and the jackal went to sleep again, for he was obliged to be up early. Punctual to the moment the hedgehog arrived at the place appointed for their meeting, and as the jackal was not there he sat down and waited for him. "Ah, there you are," he cried, when the dusky yellow form at last turned the corner. "I had nearly given you up. Indeed, I almost wish you had not come, for I hardly know where I shall hide you." "Why should you hide me anywhere?" asked the jackal. "What is the matter with you?" "Well, so many of the guests have brought their dogs and mules with them, that I fear it may hardly be safe for you to go amongst them. No, don't run off that way," he added quickly, "because there's another troop that are coming over the hill. Lie down here, and I will throw these sacks over you, and keep still for your life, whatever happens." And what did happen was, that when the jackal was lying covered up under a little hill, the hedgehog set a great stone rolling, which crushed him to death. End of The Adventures of the Jackal's Eldest Son, recording by Ellie, January 2010. Chapter 18 of The Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellie. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Adventures of the Younger Son of the Jackal. Count Barbaret. Now that the father and elder brother were both dead, all that was left of the jackal family was one son, who was no less cunning than the others had been. He did not like staying in the same place any better than they, and nobody ever knew in what part of the country he might be found next. One day when he was wandering about he beheld a nice fat sheep, which was cropping the grass and seemed quite content with her lot. "Good morning," said the jackal. "I am so glad to see you. I have been looking for you everywhere." "For me?" answered the sheep in an astonished voice. "But we have never met before." "No, but I have heard of you. Oh, you don't know what fine things I have heard. Ah, well, some people have all the luck." "You are very kind, I am sure," answered the sheep, not knowing which way to look. "Is there any way in which I can help you?" "There is something that I have set my heart on, though I hardly like to propose it on so short an acquaintance. But from what people have told me, I thought that you and I might keep house together comfortably, if you would only agree to try. I have several fields belonging to me, and if they are kept well watered they bear wonderful crops." "Perhaps I might come for a short time," said the sheep, with a little hesitation. "But if we do not get on, we can part company." "Oh, thank you," cried the jackal. "Do not let us lose a moment." And he held out his paw in such an inviting manner that the sheep got up and trotted beside him till they reached home. "Now," said the jackal, "you go to the well and fetch the water, and I will pour it into the trenches that run between the patches of corn." And as he did so he sang lustily. The work was very hard, but the sheep did not grumble, and by was rewarded at seeing their little green heads poking themselves through earth. After that the hot sun ripened them quickly, and soon harvest time was come. Then the grain was cut and ground and ready for sale. When everything was complete, the jackal said to the sheep, "Now let us divide it, so that we can each do what we like with our share." "You do it," answered the sheep. "Here are the scales. You must weigh it carefully." So the jackal began to weigh it, and when he finished he counted out loud: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 parts for the jackal, and 1 part for the sheep. If she likes it, she can take it; if not, she can leave it. The sheep looked at the 2 heaps in silence, one so large, the other so small, and then she answered: "Wait for a minute, I will fetch some sacks to carry away my share." But it was not sacks that the sheep wanted, for as soon as the jackal could no longer see her, she set forth at her best pace to the home of the greyhound, where she arrived panting with the haste she had made. "Oh, good uncle, help me, I pray you," she cried as soon as she could speak. "Why, what is the matter?" asked the greyhound, looking up with astonishment. I beg you to return with me and frighten the jackal into paying me what he owes me," answered the sheep. "For months we have lived together, and I have twice every day drawn the water, while he only poured it into the trenches. Together we have reaped our harvest, and now, when the moment to divide our crop has come, he has taken 7 parts for himself, and only left me one." She finished, and giving herself a twist, passed her woolly tail across her eyes, while the greyhound watched her, but held his peace. Then he said, "Bring me a sack." And the sheep hastened away to fetch one. Very soon she returned and laid the sack down before him. "Open it wide, that I may get in," cried he, and when he was comfortably rolled up inside, he bade the sheep take him on her back and hasten to the place where she had left the jackal. She found him waiting for her, pretending to be asleep, though she clearly saw him wink one of his eyes. However, she took no notice, but throwing the sack roughly on the ground, she exclaimed, "Now measure." At this the jackal got up, and going to the heap of grain which lay close by, he divided it, as before, into 8 portions, 7 for himself and 1 for the sheep. "What are you doing that for?" she asked indignantly. "You know quite well that it was I who drew the water, and you who only poured it into the trenches." "You are mistaken," answered the jackal. "It was I who drew the water, and you who poured it into the trenches. Anybody will tell you that. If you like, I will ask those people who are digging there." "Very well," replied the sheep. And the jackal called out, "Ho, you diggers, tell me, who was it you heard singing over the work?" "Why, it was you, of course, jackal. You sang so loud that the whole world might have heard you." "And who is it that sings? He who draws the water, or he who empties it?" "Why, certainly he who draws the water." "You hear," said the jackal, turning to the sheep. "Now come and carry away your portion, or else I shall take it for myself." "You have got the better of me," answered the sheep, "and I suppose I must confess myself beaten. But as I bear no malice, go and eat some of the dates that I have brought in that sack." And the jackal, who loved dates, ran instantly back and tore open the mouth of the sack. But just as he was about to plunge his nose in, he saw 2 brown eyes calmly looking at him. In an instant he had let fall the flap of the sack, and bounded back to where the sheep was standing. "I was only in fun, and you have brought your uncle the greyhound. Take away the sack, we will make the division over again." And he began rearranging the heaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, for my mother of sheep, and 1 for the jackal, counted he, casting timid glances all the while at the sack. "Now you can take your share and go," said the sheep, and the jackal did not need twice telling. Whenever the sheep looked up, she saw him flying across the plain, and for all I know, he may be flying across it still. End of The Adventures of the Younger Son of the Jackal. Recording by Ellie, January 2010.
Chapter 19 of the Orange Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Little. The Orange Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Three Treasures of the Giants. Conte Bébéré par René Basset. Long, long ago, there lived an old man and his wife who had 3 sons. The eldest was called Martin, the second Michael, while the third was named Jack. One evening they were all seated round the table, eating their supper of bread and milk. "Martin," said the old man suddenly, "I feel that I cannot live much longer. You, as the eldest, will inherit this hut, but if you value my blessing, be good to your mother and brothers." "Certainly, father. How can you suppose I should do them wrong?" replied Martin indignantly, helping himself to all the best bits in the dish as he spoke. The old man saw nothing, but Michael looked on in surprise, and Jack was so astonished that he quite forgot to eat his own supper. A little while after, the father fell ill, and sent for his sons who were out hunting to bid him farewell. After giving good advice to the 2 eldest, he turned to Jack. "My boy," he said, "you have not got quite as much sense as other people. But if heaven has deprived you of some of your wits, it was given you a kind heart. Always listen to what it says, and take heed to the words of your mother and brothers as well as you're able." So saying, the old man sank back on his pillows and died. The cries of grief uttered by Martin and Michael sounded through the house, but Jack remained by the bedside of his father, still and silent, as if he were dead also. At length he got up, and going into the garden hid himself in some trees and wept like a child, while his 2 brothers made ready for the funeral. No sooner was the old man buried than Martin and Michael agreed that they would go into the world together to seek their fortunes, while Jack stayed at home with their mother. Jack would have liked nothing better than to sit and dream by the fire, but the mother, who was very old herself, declared that there was no work for him to do, and that he must seek it with his brothers. So one fine morning all 3 set out. Martin and Michael carried 2 great bags full of food, but Jack carried nothing. This made his brothers very angry, for the day was hot and the bags were heavy, and about noon they sat down under a tree and began to eat. Jack was as hungry as they were, but he knew that it was no use asking for anything, and he threw himself under another tree and wept bitterly. "Another time perhaps you won't be so lazy, and will bring food for yourself," said Martin. But to his surprise Jack answered, "You're a nice pair. You talk of seeking your fortunes so as not to be a burden on our mother, and you begin by carrying off all the food she has in the house." This reply was so unexpected that for some moments neither of the brothers made any answer. Then they offered their brother some of their food, and when he had finished eating, they went their way once more. Towards evening they reached a small hut, and knocking at the door asked if they might spend the night there. The man, who was a woodcutter, invited them in and begged them to sit down to supper. Martin thanked him, but being very proud, explained that it was only shelter they wanted, as they had plenty of food with them, and he and Michael at once opened their bags and began to eat, while Jack hid himself in a corner. The wife, on seeing this, took pity on him and called him to come and share their supper, which he gladly did, and very good he found it. At this Martin regretted deeply that he had been so foolish as to refuse, for his bits of bread and cheese seemed very hard when he smelt the savoury soup his brother was enjoying. He shan't have such a chance again, thought he, and the next morning he insisted on plunging into a thick forest where they were likely to meet nobody. For a long time they wandered hither and thither, for they had no path to guide them, but at last they came upon a wide clearing, in the midst of which stood a castle. Jack shouted with delight, but Martin, who was in a bad temper, said sharply, "We must have taken a wrong turning. Let us go back." "Idiot!" replied Michael, who was hungry too, and like many people, when they are hungry, very cross also. "We set out to travel through the world, and what does it matter if we go to the right or to the left?" And without another word took the path to the castle, closely followed by Jack, and after a moment by Martin likewise. The door of the castle stood open, and they entered a great hall and looked about them. Not a creature was to be seen, and suddenly Martin, he did not know why, felt a little frightened. He would have left the castle at once, but stopped when Jack boldly walked up to a door in the wall and opened it. He could not, for very shame, be outdone by his younger brother, and passed behind him into another splendid hall, which was filled from floor to ceiling with great pieces of copper money. The sight quite dazzled Martin and Michael, who emptied all the provisions that remained out of their bags, and heaped them up instead with handfuls of copper. Scarcely had they done this, when Jack threw open another door, and this time it led to a hall filled with silver. In an instant his brothers had turned their bags upside down, so that the copper money tumbled out onto the floor, and they were shoveling in handfuls of the silver instead. They had hardly finished when Jack opened yet a third door, and all 3 fell back in amazement. For this room was a mass of gold, so bright that their eyes grew sore as they looked at it. However, they soon recovered from their surprise, and quickly emptied their bags of silver, and filled them with gold instead. When they would hold no more, Martin said, "We'd better hurry off now, lest somebody else should come, and we might not know what to do." And followed by Michael, he hastily left the castle. Jack lingered behind for a few minutes to put pieces of gold, silver, and copper into his pocket, and to eat the food that his brothers had thrown down in the first room. Then he went after them, and found them lying down to rest in the middle of a forest. It was near sunset, and Martin began to feel hungry, so when Jack arrived he bade him return to the castle and bring the bread and cheese that they had left there. "It is hardly worth doing that," answered Jack, "for I picked up the pieces and ate them myself." At this reply both brothers were beside themselves with anger, and fell upon the boy, beating him and calling him names till they were quite tired. "Go where you like," cried Martin, with a final kick, "but never come near us again." And poor Jack ran weeping into the woods. The next morning his brothers went home and bought a beautiful house, where they lived with their mother like great lords. Jack remained for some hours in hiding, thankful to be safe from his tormentors, but when no one came to trouble him, and his back did not ache so much, he began to think what he had better do. At length he made up his mind to go to the castle, and take away as much money with him as would enable him to live in comfort for the rest of his life. This being decided, he sprang up, and set out along the path which led to the castle. As before, the door stood open, and he went on till he had reached the hall of gold, and there he took off his jacket, and tied the sleeves together so that it might make a kind of bag. He then began to pour in the gold by handfuls, when all at once a noise like thunder shook the castle. This was followed by a voice, hoarse as that of a bull, which cried, "I smell the smell of a man!" And 2 giants entered. "So, little worm, it is you who steal our treasures!" exclaimed the biggest. "Well, we've got you now, and we will cook you for supper." But here the other giant drew him aside, and for a moment or two they whispered together. At length the first giant spoke. "To please my friend, I will spare your life on the condition that for the future you shall guard our treasures. If you are hungry, take this little table and rap on it, saying as you do, 'The dinner of an emperor,' and you will get as much food as you want." With a light heart Jack promised all that was asked of him, and for some days enjoyed himself mightily. He had everything he could wish for, and did nothing from morning till night, but by and by he began to get very tired of it all. "Let the giants guard their treasures themselves," he said to himself at last. "I'm going away, but I will leave all the gold and silver behind me, and will take naught but you, my good little table." So, tucking the table under his arm, he started off for the forest, but he didn't linger there long, and soon found himself in the fields on the other side. There he saw an old man, who begged Jack to give him something to eat. "You couldn't have asked a better person," answered Jack cheerfully, and signaling him to sit down with him under a tree, he set the table in front of them and struck it 3 times, crying, "The dinner of an emperor!" He had hardly uttered the words when fish and meat of all kinds appeared on it. "That's a clever trick of yours," said the old man, when he had eaten as much as he wanted. "Give it to me in exchange for a treasure I have which is still better. Do you see this cornet? Well, you only have to tell it that you wish for an army, and you will have as many soldiers as you require." Now, since he had been left to himself, Jack had grown ambitious. So after a moment's hesitation he took the cornet and gave the table in exchange. The old man bade him farewell and set off down one path, while Jack chose another, and for a long time he was quite pleased with his new possession. Then, as he felt hungry, he wished for his table back again, as no house was in sight, and he wanted some supper badly. All at once he remembered his cornet, and a wicked thought entered his mind. "200 hussars! Forward!" cried he, and the neighing of horses and the clanking of swords were heard close at hand. The officer who rode at their head approached Jack, and politely inquired what he wished them to do. "A mile or 2 along that road," answered Jack, "you will find an old man carrying a table. Take the table from him and bring it to me." The officer saluted and went back to his men, who started at a gallop to do Jack's bidding. In 10 minutes they had returned, bearing the table with them. "That is all, thank you," said Jack, and the soldiers disappeared inside the cornet. Oh, what a good supper Jack had that night, quite forgetting that he owed it to a mean trick. The next day he breakfasted early, and then walked on towards the nearest town. On the way thither he met another old man who begged for something to eat. "Certainly you shall have something to eat," replied Jack, and placing the table on the ground, he cried, "The dinner of an emperor," when all sorts of food dishes appeared. At first the old man ate quite greedily, and said nothing, but after his hunger was satisfied, he turned to Jack and said, "That's a very clever trick of yours. Give the table to me, and you shall have something still better." "I don't believe there is anything better," answered Jack. "Yes, there is. Here's my bag. It will give you as many castles as you can possibly want." Jack thought for a moment. Then he replied, "Very well, I will exchange with you," and, passing the table to the old man, he hung the bag over his arm. 5 minutes later he summoned 500 lancers out of the cornet, and bade them go after the old man and fetch back the table. Now that by his cunning he had obtained possession of the 3 magic objects, he resolved to return to his native place. Smearing his face with dirt and tearing his clothes so as to look like a beggar, he stopped the passers-by, and on pretense of seeking money or food, he questioned them about the village gossip. In this manner he learned that his brothers had become great men, much respected in all the country round. When he heard that, he lost no time in going to the door of their fine house and imploring them to give him food and shelter, but the only thing he got was hard words and a command to beg elsewhere. At length, however, at their mother's entreaty, he was told that he might pass the night in the stable. Here he waited until everybody in the house was sound asleep, when he drew his bag from under his cloak and desired that a castle might appear in that place, and the cornet gave him soldiers to guard the castle, while the table furnished him with a good supper. In the morning he caused it all to vanish, and when his brothers entered the stable, they found him lying on the straw. Jack remained here for many days, doing nothing, and as far as anybody knew, eating nothing. This conduct puzzled his brothers greatly, and they put such constant questions to him that at length he told them the secret of the table, and even gave a dinner to them, which far outdid any they had ever seen or heard of. But though they had solemnly promised to reveal nothing, somehow or other the tale leaked out, and before long reached the ears of the king himself. That very evening his chamberlain arrived at Jack's dwelling, with a request from the king that he might borrow the table for 3 days. "Very well," answered Jack. "You can take it back with you, but tell his majesty that if he does not return it at the end of the 3 days, I will make war upon him." So the chamberlain carried away the table and took it straight to the king, telling him at the same time of Jack's threat, at which they both laughed till their sides ached. Now the king was so delighted with the table and the dinners it gave him that when the 3 days were over he could not make up his mind to part with it. Instead, he sent for his carpenter and bade him copy it exactly, and when it was done, he told his chamberlain to return it to Jack with his best thanks. It happened to be dinner time, and Jack invited the chamberlain, who knew nothing of the trick, to stay and dine with him. The good man, who had eaten several excellent meals provided by the table in the last 3 days, accepted the invitation with pleasure, even though he was to dine in a stable, and sat down on the straw beside Jack. "The dinner of an emperor!" cried Jack. But not even a morsel of cheese made its appearance. "The dinner of an emperor!" shouted Jack in a voice of thunder. Then the truth dawned on him, and crushing the table between his hands, he turned to the chamberlain, who, bewildered and half frightened, was wondering how to get away. "Tell your false king that tomorrow I will destroy his castle as easily as I have broken this table." The chamberlain hastened back to the palace, and gave the king Jack's message, at which he laughed more than before, and called all his courtiers to hear the story. But they were not quite so merry when they woke the next morning and beheld 10,000 horsemen and as many archers surrounding the palace. The king saw it was useless to hold out, and he took the white flag of truce in one hand and the real table in the other, and set out to look for Jack. "I committed a crime," said he, "but I will do my best to make up for it. Here is your table, which I own with shame that I tried to steal, and you shall have besides my daughter as your wife." There was no need to delay the marriage when the table was able to furnish the most splendid banquet that ever was seen, and after everyone had eaten and drunk as much as they wanted, Jack took his bag and commanded a castle filled with all sorts of treasures to arise in the park for himself and his bride. At this proof of his power, the king's heart died within him. "Your magic is greater than mine," he said, "and you are young and strong, while I am old and tired. Take therefore the scepter from my hand and my crown from my head, and rule my people better than I have done." So at last Jack's ambition was satisfied. He could not hope to be more than king, and as long as he had his cornet to provide him with soldiers, he was secure against his enemies. He never forgave his brothers for the way they had treated him, though he presented his mother with a beautiful castle and everything she could possibly wish for. In the center of his own palace was a treasure chamber, and in this chamber the table, the cornet, and the bag were kept as the most prized of all his possessions, and not a week passed without a visit from King Jack to make sure they were safe. He reigned long and well, and died a very old man, beloved by his people. But his good example was not followed by his sons and his grandsons. They grew so proud that they were ashamed to think that the founder of their race had once been a poor boy. And as they and all the world could not fail to remember it, as long as the table, the cornet, and the bag were shown in the treasure chamber, one king, more foolish than the rest, thrust them into a dark and damp cellar. For some time the kingdom remained, though it became weaker and weaker every year that passed. Then one day a rumor reached the king that a large army was marching against him. Vaguely he recollected some tales he had heard about a magic cornet which could provide as many soldiers as would serve to conquer the earth, and which had been removed by his grandfather to a cellar. Thither he hastened, that he might renew his power once more, and in that black and slimy spot he found the treasures indeed. But the table fell to pieces as he touched it. In the cornet there remained only a few fragments of leather belts which the rats had gnawed, and in the bag nothing but broken bits of stone. And the king bowed his head to the doom that awaited him, and in his heart cursed the ruin wrought by the pride and foolishness of himself and his forefathers. End of The Three Treasures of the Giants. Recording by Kathy Little.